det der?
Så nå er det på. Jeg skal bare skru av nå.
Ja.
This is the public library. This one? This is the public library. So it's not the university. Yeah. So you should come and visit our
Then we need a little bit more of budget for to have the conference.
Speranza?
Yeah.
She's our youth representative from Bergen Kommune, and she's also the youth representative in Arrek. Yes.
Very welcome. Yeah. Okay. But Margaret, you might sit here if you want. Oh, well, yeah, I think we can sit here. You will get your micro right afterwards. I don't know if it's already now, because it's probably... you come afterwards.
Så när Margaret kommer av scenen, you can give me good.
But you are staying now so you will have dinner with us today. It's an informal dinner because we had this dinner yesterday.
Ja. Men jag bara håller den bara så.
So it will be
Jag har en gång till här.
Sorry for that. I thought, well, that's what we have.
Yes.
So, yeah. But I hope we will have some opportunity to talk. And I actually first listened to you at a webinar. Yes. Sven Erik is also here. Should be here somewhere. I don't know. Yeah. Well, that is because I have listened to you. That's why I invited you. So you should take it as a good thing that I want to repeat. I thought that was really interesting. So yeah.
And what have you
can. It's off now. Yeah.
Is it off?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What have you worked on? The research has been on.
So I've worked on
endemic
history of disease.
So welcome all of you. Please find a place. My name is Esperanza Diaz, and I am a director of the Pandemic Center, and want you to say hello to everybody here in the room and those who are following us out there as well. This is the third conference of the Pandemic Center, because today we are 3 years old on the date. And this is about long-term consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic for society. We had already had 2 conferences. The first one, it was about next pandemic is coming, what shall we do? The second was pandemics, diversity and social inequalities. But here we are now, with or without a pandemic. It's difficult to say. And what happens is that it seems like one crisis stops when next crisis starts. That's the way it seems to be, in a way. Because when we still had coronavirus with us, then we had an energy crisis and a war, and now we have another war. And it seems like we only can think of one big problem at a time. On the other side, we know we have to think several problems at a time if we want to address the challenges that we have. And we also know that we don't know everything yet. Only for a couple of days ago, in the news here in Norway, it was something saying that there are a lot more sick leave now in Norway, and there usually is in this time of the year, and probably it has to do with the long-term fatigue of the COVID-19. But that is not that much, might not be, if you compare that with the problems we have in the world, with the hunger, the crises that are partly at least related to the pandemic. So we cannot forget, we have to still be here learning. And that is the reason why we need meetings like this one. Next pandemic, or disease X, as it's called, we don't know that much about that one. It might not be similar to COVID-19. What we do know is that it's going to come with a lot of uncertainty. We're going to need each other. We are going to need each other's organizations, disciplines, and we will need to take decisions quickly under uncertainty. So, what we have hopefully learned is that to that aim, we have to be humble, we have to be curious about each other's disciplines, we need to balance between the short and the long-term consequences of things, and this is why we invite you to be here today. We will have some fantastic keynotes with us. I will introduce them later. We will have posters in the room at the very end. You will have presentations, panel debates, and not the least, you have each other. That is the main thing. That's why we do things physically. You can talk to each other, have coffee, think in the future. And, well, I want to thank the University of Bergen for having the Pandemic Center, because there are not many other institutions that from the very beginning thought this was a big thing, and we wanted to follow. I want to thank also the donors we have, through Annette Hadwitz, who could not be here today. I want to thank the Bergen Public Library for allowing us to have this day here. And each of all of you, and all of you that you see, I will introduce them later, but all of these persons with the Pandemic Center's t-shirts that are here for helping you. Thanks again. I have to say, because I always forget, that the exit rooms are one there and one up there in case there are any fire or anything, and the toilets are right there at the back. With no more delays, I will introduce our dear rector, Margaret Hagen, at the University of Bergen. Here she is, and please, the floor is yours.
Dear all, heartily welcome to this first international conference of the Pandemic Center of the University of Bergen. Long-term consequences of COVID-19 and pandemic for society. Pandemic Center was founded exactly, as we heard, 3 years ago today, on this very day. And it has been through, and we had then been through the first half year of the COVID-19 pandemic, a pandemic that caught us off guard. I am certain that through long-term and patient research, we will show that academia can take a leading role in the international preparedness for future pandemics to come. This time, prior research laid the groundwork for developing a vaccine at a record speed. With appropriate research, next time we can also have a more comprehensive role in the whole range of the pandemic response. I wish to thank you all here today for your efforts in this. We have learned many things. More than anything, we had learned how woefully unprepared we were. We had also realized how multidisciplinary the scope of the pandemic was. The economic impact of the lockdown then was immediate, and the questions about everything from long-term inflation effects to the future of job flexibility was raised early on. The question of the psychological effects of the lockdowns also arrived at the very start. Even the vaccine itself turned out to be a transdisciplinary issue. Medical researchers would create a vaccine, but would people take it? Vaccine skepticism turned out to be closely related to trust, to culture, and to political identity. And the legal issues relating to lockdowns, vaccine enforcement and vaccine passes were manifold. As a comprehensive university, we were well positioned to create a new center to study this phenomenon with perspectives from all the disciplines. And the pandemic centers involved all our 7 faculties. However, it is not enough to work across disciplines to understand the pandemic. We must also work across institutions outside the university. Research institutions, civil society organizations, public health agencies, businesses, local governments. We needed to collaborate across institutions to address the pandemic. And let me bring just one small example. One of the successful projects at the Pandemic Center has been the Health Ambassador project, where the center collaborated with the city of Bergen and Caritas to provide information about the pandemic in different ethnic communities here in Bergen. Through this initiative, we managed to disseminate important medical information to groups who were overrepresented in infection statistics. However, to do so, the work needed to be interinstitutional. This is also why a range of different institutions are invited to this conference. For the first conference, the focus was on the students. Then the second year came and a national conference was organized, and this year the conference is international. And this is hugely important to understand the issue. The pandemic was global, but at the same time it was also extremely local. We had a variance from country to country, from nation to nation, with dramatic differences in approach and death tools, but we had also differences from one city to another, both in regulations, attitudes and conditions. In some parts of Norway, you could take a local bus and have to take on and off your mask during the trip, depending on which municipal boundary you crossed in a span of 30 minutes. We therefore need an international perspective to fully grasp the pandemic and its variance across settings. And this was one fact that was true across geography, cultures and situations. And the most vulnerable groups in society were also the most vulnerable to the pandemic, both in terms of mortality and infection rates, but later also for vaccine skepticism and for economy, of course. This was true for all countries, also for Norway. It didn't matter if it was Norway or UK or Poland or India. And if we look into the future, which is very difficult, but still, it is important that we process all the knowledge we have gotten from the pandemic properly. This will be vital when the next pandemic arrives, because it is no question about that there will be a next pandemic. The question is when, and how prepared we will be, as institutions, as universities, but of course also as societies and nations. Just in the last 100 years, we have had 8 pandemics. At the end of the Spanish flu, Bergen was the national capital for research on that pandemic. And the situation was in many ways comparable, with wide international transmissions and curfews. But the research community then did not last. Several reasons for that, but still. The last publication from that research were published around 1920, 1921. And then it was forgotten. Let us not repeat that failure. So, right now, there is a lot of data to be processed, and I know that the resources are quite scarce, but I'm certain also that through long-term and also patient interdisciplinary research, we will show that academia can take a leading role in the international preparedness for future pandemics to come. And this time, prior basic research laid the groundwork for developing a vaccine at a record speed. With appropriate research, next time we can also have more comprehensive role in the whole range of the pandemic response, also for society. I wish to thank you all here today for your efforts in this, and I wish you all the best luck with this day and your future research and collaboration, and in the discussions today. Thank you very much, and good luck. We need it.
Thank you very much indeed. One of the good things of the pandemic is that we are very much better off digital life, because unfortunately it was fog at the airport in Amsterdam yesterday. So our first keynote, Dr. Sylvie Briand, who works at the WHO, could not attend in person. But we will have her with us anyhow, and we are very thankful for that. Dr. Briand is an epidemiologist, and she has been working with different epidemics for quite a lot of years, from cholera to yellow fever, influenza, and now the last time as the director of the Pandemic and Epidemic Diseases Department at WHO and the director of the Global Infectious Hazard Preparedness there. So we are definitely looking forward having you with us, even though it is etherical. I don't know how to say that. But we will have the pleasure to have you with us today. There's a lot of issues going on about the role of the WHO for the future. And we will learn a lot from you, I'm sure.
Em Wuhan, epicentro da epidemia, a cada 4 dias o número de infectados dobra.
At this moment, we have 22 patients in the United States.
Atingiu 500 mil de casos confirmados de Covid-19.
And we're deeply concerned that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
Nas últimas 24 horas foram confirmados 1.270 óbitos.
O número de mortos no Brasil é o maior da América Latina, superando a China, berço da pandemia.
Centenas de italianos, espanhóis e portugueses vão às janelas para aplaudir os profissionais de saúde.
Foi bem difícil porque nos primeiros dias a gente não tinha leite suficiente, estava super lotado. A gente não tinha hospital de campanha prontos e os que estavam prontos não tinham equipe. E aí eu vi um paciente morrer agonizando na frente da gente. E eu sabia que se a gente tivesse uma saúde eficaz e de qualidade, essa pessoa poderia estar viva. E essa é a realidade que a gente vivenciou todos os dias.
Tinha plantões que eu tirava 12 horas noturno sem descansar 30 minutos. Os técnicos de enfermagem também estavam sobrecarregados, porque também estavam reduzidos. E chegava aqui em casa, eu também não conseguia descansar, porque a adrenalina do plantão inteiro era tão alta que a gente não consegue chegar e conseguir repousar o corpo. A mente ficava, parece que revivendo algumas cenas.
Eu fui dormir em quarto separado do meu marido, eu não podia botar meus filhos para dormir, eu não podia chegar e abraçar meus filhos, eu saía correndo pela casa porque eles corriam para me abraçar e eu corria direto pro banheiro, né, para que eles não chegassem perto de mim.
Num primeiro momento eu me assustei, eu falei, caramba, eu vou ficar 60 horas dentro de uma unidade de saúde. Aí eu falei, caramba, eu moro com a minha mãe e tal. Mas aí logo depois eu lembrei, cara, eu sou profissional de saúde, eu me formei para isso, entendeu? Eles vão precisar de mim. E eu preciso estar lá.
Eu atendi muitos profissionais de saúde, colegas meus. E é bem delicado a gente atender profissionais de saúde porque eles entendem do que está acontecendo. A minha colega de trabalho, que chegou a mandar mensagem para o nosso grupo de enfermagem que ela estava na casa dela para morrer.
Hoje de manhã eu fiz uma peregrinação em vários hospitais e não consegui que me recebessem em nenhum. E eu estou agora na minha casa, só esperando a morte chegar. Eu estou nessa agonia, porque quando eles esperam agravar os sintomas, a gente já não tem mais resistência.
A minha saída eu não esperava a festinha que a Vanessa preparou, né? Então todos me aplaudiram e eu pude sentir naquele momento o carinho de todos os colegas que se reuniram ali naquela saída para me desejar uma boa recuperação, para me darem mais ânimo e força para superar melhor aqueles momentos difíceis.
A enfermagem no Brasil, ela já vinha em um processo de desgaste, tanto físico como mental, muito grande. Já registrávamos altíssimos índices de depressão, de suicídio e de outros tipos de sofrimento mental entre os profissionais de enfermagem brasileiros. Então, com a pandemia, esse índice de desgaste aumentou bastante.
Tem que lavar a mão todos os dias, por conta do Covid. Tem que usar máscara, lavar as mãos, tá? Cada vez que eu olho uma mulher assim, eu vejo um pouco de mim nela e vejo muito dela em mim. E eu fico imaginando, né, como que seria esse cuidado. Eu gostaria que tivesse um profissional que viesse me ofertar ajuda. Um enfermeiro, um auxiliar, um agente, médico.
O que a gente consegue fazer aqui na atenção básica, né, na atenção primária, é o que a gente vai refletir muito mais na frente, na secundária, na terciária, nas UTIs.
Quem anda de transporte público não tem essa questão de isolamento ou distanciamento social. Principalmente a gente que é da área da saúde precisa de se deslocar de um hospital para outro e a gente não recebeu nenhum suporte com relação a isso. Não tem, por exemplo, um transporte só para os profissionais ou um meio mais seguro. A gente tem que se arriscar mesmo e a gente vê que dentro do ônibus eu estou usando a máscara, mas outras pessoas que estão bem perto de mim não usam a máscara. E o que me deixa triste porque a gente tem uma categoria tão necessária na saúde e tão desvalorizada, é muito contraditório. A gente deveria ter a nossa valorização, nosso respeito, nosso reconhecimento. E a gente não tem. A gente montou hospitais de campanha dentro do estádio e aí a gente vê qual é a prioridade do país no momento. Se é realmente a saúde ou se são outras questões.
Nós temos que sair melhores do que nós entramos.
Talking to the lady right now, so she is going to connect herself now. So they give us 30 seconds so that we can start her in live and not only the video that she wanted to send you. So I'm very sorry about this issue that had to be organized just hopefully in 3, 4, 5 seconds. Everybody knows this about. Let me just connect again. But I hope the idea with this, I guess, is to set us back to how it was, because it's so really easy to forget how it all was only 2.5 years ago. And this is a situation from many different countries. Here we have Sylvie with us. I hope everything is okay. Yes, try to speak now.
Hi, everyone.
Perfect.
Good morning.
Yeah. Put it in big sharp.
Can you hear me?
No.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you today, and thanks a lot to Esperanza and Andrea for inviting me for this conversation. I think, Andrea, I wanted to have first a video that is coming from the Health for All Festival of WHO. So I don't know, can you do it for me? Okay, so thank you. So I will share my screen then and show you the presentation. Is it okay for you? Do you see 2 slides or 1 slide? Now it's perfect. Okay, thanks a lot. So good morning again. I'm Dr. Sylvie Briand, the Director of Epidemic and Pandemic Preparedness and Prevention Department at WHO. And today I will talk about the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic mostly, but also many other events that have occurred in the past 20 years, or at least since the beginning of this century. And this is what you see on this slide. It's a major timeline of infectious threats in this century. As I joined WHO in 2001, I have been through all those crises, but I will focus mostly on the 2 pandemics of this century. The first one was in 2009 with the flu pandemic, H1N1, and the second one, of course, COVID-19, and we have been through it recently. But we have also had many other events or large epidemic like MERS, Zika, Mpox, yellow fever, plague, Ebola, cholera, and of course the first SARS in 2003. What is important on this slide is to look also at the bottom of the slide, because every time we have had a major event or large epidemic, the global health community has developed new instruments or agencies to tackle those threats. And for instance, one of them is the International Health Regulation that was adopted in 2005. And I will talk more about it later in this presentation. But many other instruments have been developed, such as the PIP framework or the GOARN, and these are other mechanisms that were put into place to try to address those threats. So what is very special with the COVID-19 pandemic is that it has happened at the same time as a major technological revolution. And you all know that we have had, for example, an explosion of social media platforms and interactions, the emergence of new contact tracing applications, the telemedicine, an explosion also of capacities in genomic sequencing, wastewater surveillance, and of course, a new platform for vaccine development like the mRNA vaccines. So a lot of innovation, a lot of new things have happened at the same time of this major crisis. So it has had an impact on health and healthcare system because, of course, a pandemic is first and foremost a disease. And as you see on this curve, this is the epi curve of COVID-19. The cumulative number of cases have been 771 million and cumulative deaths 6.9 million. And we still have transmission of this virus around the world, but currently we are not completely sure about the number of cases because countries are testing much less than before. So this is one of the first lessons learned. These crises last long, and it's very hard to sustain the effort, especially on testing. And so we need to adapt the surveillance to long crises so that we can maintain the surveillance and make sure that we can compare the numbers over time. We can also see on this slide that the mortality has also varied a lot. And in the recent past, of course, disease has been much less severe than it was at the very early stage. And one important aspect to see as well on this slide is the issue of long COVID. Of course, you have the immediate mortality and morbidity, but we have now also sequelae of the disease and the virus, and we will need to address this public health issue in the coming years. So another important point that we have seen during COVID-19, it's first that there have been waves of transmission. And because of the improvement of technology, we have been able to identify that those waves were also due to new variants of the viruses. And so we have had many variants, as you know, alpha, beta, delta, gamma, and the last one, Omicron. And those variants are slightly different from the ancestral virus strain. And this can have an impact on the diagnostic first, but also on the therapeutics and also on the vaccines, which means that we need to adapt those countermeasures as we go throughout the crisis. But also what is very important to see is that, for instance, that Omicron is much less virulent than the ancestral strain, and but also very transmissible. And so at least for respiratory viruses, I think this is some kind of lessons that we must learn, that it's likely that those viruses, as they start circulating within humans and as humans have more immunity against the virus will find ways to escape this immunity and become very transmissible, but often less virulent as well because of this immunity. Another important aspect of this pandemic is really the discrepancies between health systems. And I put here two pictures from the 2003, the SARS outbreak, because you have on the slide the SARS outbreak and the care in China at that time. And the same year, we had a major cholera outbreak in Niger. And you see the facilities that were offered to the patient from cholera. And needless to say that we had much more death due to cholera than to SARS at that time. So one important lesson is that good health systems are needed to reduce mortality. Even if you don't have a good or a specific treatment for the disease, when you can offer a good health care with good supportive care, you can always reduce mortality. And we have all seen this also with Ebola. So one major impact of pandemics is also on healthcare workers, the health workforce. And you have seen this in the movie that was presented to you before. Really, healthcare workers first at the front line, and many times they can die. And this is particularly true for Ebola, for instance, especially if they don't have a good personal protective equipment. And this could be a catastrophe for certain health system, because in Africa, where sometimes you have one physician or one nurse for 100,000 people, when this person dies, then this population has no access to care for a long time. So it's very important to protect the health workforce and to make sure that they can operate under safe conditions. But also, you have seen in this movie before that healthcare also suffer from shortages, burnout, and we have seen a lot of resignations after the COVID-19 crisis, which means that our healthcare system are not in a good shape currently, and probably it was worse than it was before COVID-19 crisis. Fortunately, we have new tools like, for instance, telemedicine that could help to overcome this shortage of staff and improve the access to healthcare. But still, it doesn't solve the entire problem. And I think we should pay a lot of attention to our healthcare system if we want to maintain the level of medicine attention that we have had in the recent decades. And finally, the impact on the healthcare system will also be this unequal access to medical countermeasures. Countermeasures mean diagnostics, treatment, or vaccines. And of course, it has depended of the settings where you live. But what we have seen is this huge inequity. It's not the first time. During the H1N1 flu pandemic, it was exactly the same. And the factors are multiple. So if we want to address this inequity, we need to look very cautiously at all these factors and making sure that we can address them all. So, of course, the most obvious one is that it's often the first come, first serve. When you have scarce resources, then the people who come first have more than the others. But it's also the access based on financial resources. If you have the money to pay for the vaccine, you can have more vaccine than if you are poor, of course. But also there are many other factors, the supply and demand uncertainty, and has an impact on production. Of course, some countries have also have different ways of allocating the vaccines and the treatments, and this has had an impact also on inequality within each countries. Some countries were ill prepared, so they couldn't have the right storage system. But also the vaccine sometimes was very hard to distribute. For instance, the mRNA vaccines, so some of them requires ultra cold chain at minus 80 degrees. And so this is very hard to obtain in many settings around the world. We have also seen some falsified medicines and vaccines and diagnostic tests as well. And in fine, and I will talk more about it as well, the mistrust of the public in the security and the efficacy of the medical countermeasures, which has driven vaccine hesitancy. And at the end of the pandemic, we had more vaccine than demand. And so this is also something we need to learn for future crises. Then the social and economic impact of this crisis, this is nothing new for all of you, but I just would like to highlight that in order to reduce the transmission, many countries have put in place public health and social measures. And to highlight one of them, for example, was the quarantine on the Diamond Princess, this cruise ship that was at the shore of Japan at the beginning of the crisis. So quarantine measures are very often used to stop transmission of contagious diseases. But there have been many other measures put in place, like, for example, the school closure or the lockdowns in general, or the ban of mass gathering, including religious mass gathering. And all of these measures, although they are necessary to stop transmission, sometimes they have been implemented in ways that the impact on society has been huge, and we are still suffering from this impact. For instance, in Peru, schools have been have been closed for 2 years. So it means that some students have not been able to access education for 2 years, which is a significant impact on this young generation. The lockdown have had a lot of impact on mental health, and many elderly persons have really depressed during that time because they couldn't see their family and they really felt very isolated. And there have been a number of other impacts, unfortunately, of those public health measures. So one lesson learned is that we need also to calibrate those measures and make sure that they are commensurate to the risk and to the impact on health, and not over implement those public health and social measures. It has also had an impact on our daily lives, and, for instance, the way we are consuming things, the way we are buying, and some services that were offered before the crisis are now not available anymore. For instance, some restaurants, some theaters, cinemas, and so on have closed during the crisis. But not everything was dramatic and sad. We have also seen during COVID-19 a lot of ingenuity and resilience. Some industries have been repurposed. And I think it's an example of how human can adapt to crisis and how creative they can be to find solutions. And I think we should really trust much more populations and private sectors and other sectors of the society beyond the health sector to help to overcome those kind of health crises, because we can find also a lot of solutions outside the health sectors. Of course, the economic impact of COVID-19 has been disastrous. We are talking about trillions of loss. The evaluation varies, but the IMF has estimated that the loss was 12.5 trillions between 2022 and 2024. There have been a lot of disruption of supply chains, closures of shops, and for some of them permanently. And the precarious workers and employees of the tertiary sectors like services were more economically impacted. And for instance, Uber drivers, waiters, street vendors, entertainment workers, and so on. And some people also are in debt following their COVID-19 hospitalization or treatment. And so all these economic impacts are not only short-term impact, it can have long-term impact on societies. And this needs to be anticipated as well for future crises. Another point that is very important is the fact that because of this technological revolution, we are living in a completely new information ecosystem. And technology has changed really the way information is produced, shared, and consumed. And curating information, especially health information, has become more challenging due to the more rapid spread of information on social media, and especially during crisis. And so this is why our Director General, Dr. Tedros, has said at the beginning of this pandemic, we are not just fighting an epidemic, we are fighting an infodemic. And an infodemic for WHO is a tsunami of information, some accurate, some not, that spreads alongside an epidemic or a pandemic and prevent population from adopting appropriate behaviors to protect their health and that of their community. So infodemic is not only myths and disinformation and rumors. It's any kind of information, in the new information ecosystem in which we are living. And we are also differentiating misinformation from disinformation. And this is very important because the treatment is different. Misinformation is the accidental spread of inaccurate information. And this is why we have developed a new discipline called infodemic management. And we have developed tools to address this misinformation. And I encourage you to look at our website on infodemic management, and you will find those tools and those recommendations. And we are differentiating disinformation, which is the deliberate spread of false information with the intent to deceive. And so this usually requires a special investigation and a legal framework to address it. And this is not within the mandate of WHO. But the impact of the COVID-19 infodemic has been enormous. First, it has had a direct impact on health with increased morbidity and mortality. And here you see, I highlight one specific example of Iran and this rumor that methanol was a good cure for COVID. And because of this, 700 people have died. So it has a direct impact on health and can cause additional mortality. But it has also an impact on countermeasures because people may misunderstand the measure and not adopt the measure appropriately. For example, the mask wearing. It has also had an impact on stigmatization. And for instance, as we have said that healthcare workers are more at risk to get the disease because of their profession, in some countries, people thought that then healthcare workers are the one transmitting the disease. And even in India, for instance, healthcare workers were stoned by the population because they thought that they were a danger for the population. We have seen also mistrust towards government, science experts, and health authorities, and also against the intervention like vaccines or therapeutics. And at the end, it has weakened the social cohesion of society. And this will be a long-term impact that we need also to anticipate when we have such a large and long-term crisis. And it has led to the polarization of society, of mistrust in institutions and health authorities. And you see this that we have seen also demonstration for pro-mask, anti-mask, pro-vax, anti-vax. And this has really a long-term impact on our societies. We have seen also an impact on science. Thanks to the platforms like medRxiv, it has been possible to access rapidly the results of scientific work. And we have seen an explosion of a surge of preprints since the beginning of this pandemic. I think in the first few months of the pandemic, there was more than 20,000 articles published on COVID-19. So the science was more accessible to everyone. But of course, because of the rapid turnover and the rapid publication of those preprints, maybe the usual quality checks that are necessary were not implemented in a timely manner. And so similarly, some experts are now using Twitters to share personal research or personal opinion on science. And this has no external evaluation, and it can impact the quality of those publications. And finally, science is open to everybody, which is great, I think. But sometimes the interpretation of journalists is not necessarily the most accurate. And it can lead also to a wave of misinformation if the interpretation of science is not properly done. Trust. I talked about it a little bit before. Trust is a very important commodity for a successful response to epidemic and pandemic. And while governments are often investing in vaccine development, in research for therapeutic, not many governments are investing in building trust before crisis. And we know that during crisis, trust will decline. So it's very important to build trust before crisis so that you have enough trust during the crisis and to manage the crisis properly and avoid this polarization and this undermining of social cohesiveness during the crisis. There was a very interesting article published in The Lancet about trust, and it showed that if in all countries trust in government and interpersonal trust were at high level, this would have resulted in a 40% reduction in COVID-19 infection. So, which means around 440 million infection less in 2 years. So these are estimates. Of course, it's very hard to imagine what high trust level mean. But I think this is one area of research that we need to invest in to try to see how we can measure trust better and make sure that we have intervention to build and increase trust during crisis. And finally, I would like to highlight again this unequal access to COVID-19 vaccine. In dark green, you have the countries with a very high access to vaccine, and in yellow, the countries with low access to vaccine. And of course, globally, this has been a major issue during COVID-19, especially during the initial months when the strains were more severe. And we know that even if 70+% of the world population has received at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccine, this number drops to 35.6% in low-income countries. And this has an impact on the next part of my presentation, which is really what will we do next and how we can strengthen the global health architecture to overcome these fundamental inequities in access to countermeasures that has characterized the COVID-19 pandemic. So now member states, countries are really discussing on how we can improve the existing instruments. And one of them is the International Health Regulation 2005. And so this instrument is not the first time it has been updated in 2005. The previous one was updated in 1969. And the aim is to prevent, protect against, and control and respond to international spread of disease while avoiding interference with international traffic and trade. And of course, this has not been the case during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is one of the points that member states are looking at, how to address the public health crisis while avoiding interference with international traffic and trade. The International Health Regulation was mostly developed in 2005 to address short crises that last 3, 4, 6 months. And so this crisis has lasted more than 3.5 years. So how do we manage to make an instrument that can be effective even for long crises? The second thing that countries are looking at is really bring the IHR up to date with the new technology and include the use of innovations such as genomic sequencing, digital tracing, and so on. The second thing that has happened recently is really the issuance of a high political statement. In September 2023, during its 78th session in New York, the UN General Assembly has convened a high-level meeting on strengthening pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. And all member states have issued a political statement to really further mobilize political momentum, including through the integration of multi-sectoral approach towards pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, given the multifaceted consequences of the pandemic. And really, this multi-sectoral approach is very important. It means that pandemics are not only a problem of the health sector, it's a problem of the whole of society. And we need to address it with this lens so that we can mitigate its impact for the future crisis. So as my Director General said, the pandemic caused enormous economic, social, and political upheaval, and stalled or reversed progress toward the health-related targets of the Sustainable Development Goals. The UN General Assembly is a moment for the world leaders to show they have learned the painful lesson of the pandemic and to take concrete steps towards a healthier, safer, and fairer world for all people. And last but not least, as you may know, now all countries in the world are negotiating a new pandemic accord. And the aim is to strengthen the political dimension of pandemic preparedness and prevention and response, and tackle the shortcomings highlighted by the COVID-19 pandemic and previous epidemic, of course. So in November 2021, member states of WHO, 194 member states, agreed to set up an intergovernmental negotiating body. And this body has worked since then to draft a new international instrument to strengthen pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. It's a member state-led process, so they negotiate, they discuss, and part of this text, you can see it on our website, is really the discussion of access and benefit sharing, One Health, community-centered approach, myth and disinformation, and many other topics that have been really shortcomings during the COVID-19 pandemic. And so with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. And again, I apologize for not being able to join you today. I have some issues with my flight yesterday, and I couldn't travel to Bergen today, but I'm really happy still to be with you today, and I've been able to make this presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive, interesting, multidisciplinary and future-looking presentation that you have for us. I wonder if we can take the time for one question, if there's anything from the public. I will be the voice for the public. If there's any one question out there before we go. I don't see anybody, but I want to pose you just a question. From your long time work at the WHO and your experience, do you think we actually learn from one crisis to the next one? And if we do, what helps to learn even more?
Yeah, I think we learn every time we have a crisis. But the problem is that we don't learn as much as we could. And sometimes we repeat a mistake. And so this is what we call the typical cycle of panic and neglect. And for instance, there was a great breakthrough in surveillance during pandemic. Many countries increased their capacity in surveillance, adopted new technologies and so on. But now the funding is decreasing. And many developing countries in particular are abandoning those technologies. And so all the gains during the pandemic are going to be lost in the coming years because of that. So that's why we insist a lot on preparedness. Preparedness is not only preparing for future risk, but is also making sure that the lessons learned can be implemented and learned truly, so that next time we really have a progress and we don't repeat again the same mistakes. I think what we learn during this pandemic is really specific lessons for the 21st century, because as I said, we are in a very special period of human development with this technological revolution. So it's clear that we cannot respond to future pandemics the same way as we responded to pandemics in the 20th century, for instance. So we have to adapt our public health and social measures. We have to adapt the way public health authorities relate to population. And for instance, the population, because they are more educated, they can play a much more active role also in the response. So we really need to engage community. We really need to work with the population before crisis, not only to build the trust, but also to empower them to be really actors during the pandemic response, so that the whole society is better protected next time.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I wish you could be with us all day, but thank you at least for now. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
And I want now to introduce our next speaker, Erika Charters. She comes from Oxford, where she works as a professor of the global history of medicine. And she is leading a project which is not the least at how epidemic end. That is a big question. You have been working in this area between health and crisis, health in war, health and now pandemic. And we are looking forward to listening your thoughts about this issue. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for this kind introduction and the invitation to speak here. So, as mentioned, I'm only a historian, and so I wanted to start with some quotations from others, especially policymakers, on what they have learned from the pandemic. So I'll just give some background to some of these. On the left, you'll see the quotation. I won't read these out because in my experience, you can read faster than I can talk. But on the left, you'll see we have a quotation from a chief health development strategist who's based in East Asia. Underneath, also a quotation from a British biologist and British government scientist talking about communication in China. On the right, this is actually a quotation from an assistant secretary for preparedness and response in the US Department of Health and Human Services. And I have two more sets. Apologies if you're a slower reader. So on the left, I think this is a really interesting quotation. This is actually from a local American Board of Health. This was a discussion and debate about school closures and wearing of masks. And I think it kind of highlights this point about policymakers being under pressure to have regulations within a crisis. And then the one on the right, the much longer one, is a reflection from a scholar, really offering some historical and sociological reflections, especially thinking about the shock to the West, to the developed West that the pandemic brought, but also this notion of what was novel about it, about the spread of it, and also this notion that in some ways we're kind of watching ourselves as we respond to the pandemic. Now, I should come clean and say these quotations were not about COVID-19. So the first one was actually from SARS, of course, in 2004 and 2005. The second one was from H1N1 in 2009, in which people might remember, or you might not. I noticed that I have a very short memory, even though I'm a historian, that there were very fierce debates about China's use of quarantine and whether or not other parts of the world would ever use it. The quotation about debates over school closures and the use of masks was actually from the 1918 pandemic. So that was a discussion happening in 1919. As people will know, and I always think it's very interesting, I think a lot of people referred back to 1918 when talking about COVID, but actually people at the time were very uncertain about measures that were taken, and there was much debate going on then. And then this quotation here about the novelty of watching ourselves and the notion of a modern epidemic and even a postmodern epidemic is actually from HIV/AIDS, written in the 1980s. So I wanted to use this in some ways just to clarify my perspective as a historian. What this means is that my approach comes from really thinking about epidemics in a very long-term perspective. I think more generally, historians, anthropologists, when we study epidemics, we're thinking not just about the pattern of pathogens, but really looking at the relationship between humans and infections. And in particular, this means that we study epidemics not so much as events that come down and act upon society, so not so much as kind of epidemics as alien forces or from acts from gods, but instead, I start from the approach that epidemics and disease in general should be understood as part of society. And so in this approach, this means that disease is part of social and cultural frameworks. It highlights existing inequalities, for example, or reinforces social tensions or social prejudices, but it doesn't necessarily create new ones. What this means, of course, to put it bluntly, is that epidemics in many ways are not just about biological pathogens. Instead, they're also fundamentally about humans. What this means is that their patterns and behavior can only really be understood if we put them into their social and political and cultural contexts. An example of this is something that the historian Charles Rosenberg wrote actually as part of this discussion, his reflection on HIV/AIDS in the 1980s, is he pointed out how epidemics are fundamentally about uncertainty. And this isn't just about medical uncertainty, but rather about social and political uncertainty. During an epidemic, our normal framework for understanding the world, so for who we can trust and what we should do, is suddenly undermined. As a result, societies respond through a set of cultural patterns, of rituals, and communal behavior. And so we create communities very much focused on those rituals, which also necessarily exclude those others who do not join in. Perhaps this might be about those who are vaccinated or those who are unvaccinated. These rituals and our exclusive communities help us to manage the sense of randomness by providing us with a sense of control within this world of uncertainty. In other words, part of his point was that all epidemics follow an arc of a kind of narrative drama, social drama. They start with a stage of revelation as we begin to understand the nature of the problem, and then we move through into a period of managing this randomness, and then into a period of collective action to assert control before we finally drift towards closure. One of the things I find very interesting, and here I've contrasted on the one side, we have Thucydides' account, which especially in the West has been one of these foundational accounts of an epidemic, the plague of Athens, way back in the 5th century BCE. And people have noted that his account seems to shape not only our telling of epidemics today, but it also kind of shapes what we observe, what we're looking for when we're living through an epidemic. And so I think it's interesting, Thucydides' account very much has this narrative arc that in some ways the statistical charts of cases, right, the epidemic curve or the epi curve that I think is so ubiquitous in our visualizations of the course of an epidemic's life cycle, really provides an underlying temporal framework that in many ways mirrors our social account of this narrative arc of origin, climax, and then drift to closure. So as mentioned in 2020, so about 3 years ago, believe it or not, I started a project called How Epidemics End. The project brought together around 30 researchers, all of who worked on a variety of epidemics, really from all over the world, but also researchers from different disciplines. So we had epidemiologists, biologists, anthropologists, historians, political scientists to answer this question, how does an epidemic end? And in many ways, to focus on this end part, this drift to closure. And along with a range of video interviews and podcasts and a special issue of 25 articles, which you can all find open access published on the website. Now, what did we find? First and foremost, of course, we found that very few pay attention to the actual process of an epidemic's end. Indeed, most studies basically ignore analyzing the ending. We find probably more eager to think ahead to the future, or perhaps even to forget about the difficulties that we've just encountered. More generally, what we found is when we ask, how does an epidemic, we're asking, when will this disease stop disrupting our lives and allow a return to normalcy? And we found that this basically means that we have three related but different endings. We have the end of disease, which I call the medical end, the end of the crisis and the regulations, which I call the political end, and then the return to normalcy or the social end. What this means, of course, is a very fundamental finding of the project is that the end of an epidemic is a process. So unlike what we often assume or perhaps hope to be a kind of single quick event, an epidemic's end is a long drawn out, and especially it's a contested process in which experts debate what is measured, how measurements should be interpreted, and who has the expertise to assess and to declare that an epidemic has ended. So whereas the declaration of an outbreak of an epidemic suggests this kind of neatly defined period of emergency, the end is actually a very messy process. It incorporates competing accounts of what went wrong and fears of the next epidemic. So during this process of ending, there's cycles of multiple diseases and overlapping social crises that disrupt our return to a normal life. And I think this helps to articulate the nature of epidemics, not just as medical phenomenon, but also as fundamentally social and political. So much of the project was really trying to force our attention back as researchers to the process of this end. I think when we do focus on the process of the ending, it becomes clear that we need to distinguish between the end of an epidemic and the end of disease. A few select epidemics, such as SARS, have been declared ended when cases among humans ceased, but most epidemics have not actually ended or concluded with the end of the disease. Instead, what we find is most epidemics have been declared to have ended while cases of the disease still continue. So this was definitely the case with the 2009 H1N1 pandemic, but it was also the case with 19th century cholera epidemics. It was also the case with plague epidemics. And so I think this means that when we think about epidemics, and especially their ending, they need to be understood within the context of continuing disease. Influenza A, I think, is a classic example of this, right? There's various strains in circulation, and it tends to rise repeatedly to high or problematic levels, and then returns to endemic, or what we might call acceptable levels, but in unpredictable waves ever since we first saw it among human populations in the 1500s. This is actually in the mention of 1918. I thought this was a really striking quotation from a report that was published on the 1918 influenza pandemic in 1920, pointing out that it was highly probable, right? So the prediction was that influenza and another pandemic was bound to have return. It was only in the 1930s, when actually no return of another pandemic had happened, that then retrospectively it was then declared over in 1919. So given that an epidemic is defined as an increase in incidence beyond usual rates, we want to think about how the end as a clinical definition is the reduction of disease incidence, prevalence, morbidity, or mortality to a locally acceptable level to achieve what is often called disease control. But we want to think about this terminology, right? What does acceptable mean? What does disease control mean? And I think we can see how this status of an acceptable level is necessarily achieved through a process of negotiation between different, if not competing, interests. And this is why I would suggest the end is so contentious. Who gets to decide when the level of disease is at a locally acceptable level? And so hence a key point to make is that the end process is not only about pathogens, but fundamentally about what to measure. The end is most often a contentious debate when different methodologies measure different things, raising issues of competing disciplinary authority. More generally, as I noted, the end consists of three related but different endings: medical, political, and social. And I want to note that they're overlapping, but they're also different, and they're often conflicting ends to an epidemic, as different groups define the ending differently depending on what is being measured as well as what is being prioritized. The very end process, I think, actually highlights these competing approaches. When we think about discussions on the ending of HIV/AIDS, for example, I think this makes it very clear. In discussions over how to end HIV/AIDS, for example, debates still rage as to whether it's more effective to invest in vaccine research or in medical therapeutics, such as antiretroviral therapy, or in social and political reforms, such as improvements in healthcare and in education and in nutrition. Each possible ending, of course, articulates different methodological understandings of the epidemic. And at the same time, these different approaches also reflect different global circumstances. What might be feasible in communities with sophisticated health infrastructure, of course, can't be replicated in those that are facing limited and unstable medical support, if not also political fractures and war. So what is deemed a locally acceptable level is thus necessarily a process of social and political debate as much as it is about medicine. So what this demonstrates is how, in the early stages of an outbreak, public discussion often focuses on eradicating a disease. By the end stages, there's actually, of course, instead widespread acknowledgement of the negotiations between the biological pathogen and society's various other interests, typically with the proclamation of an end in the midst of continuing cases. As social scientists have pointed out, the declaration of an epidemic can be as much about political and economic issues, so about getting diplomatic and political support, funding, for example, and the means by which it is allocated as it is just about levels of disease. And so likewise, the declaration of an end is also shaped by various pressures, right? About the reopening of borders, the reopening of business, resumption of various social services, and the termination of emergency funding or the termination of research support. I want to discuss this image here. Some of you have heard me talk about it. This is kind of my bugbear, I might say. So this is for the website, The Visual Capitalists, which provides data graphics as part of its aim to make the world's information more accessible, as it says. And I think even if you haven't seen this particular image, you've probably seen some version of this throughout the pandemic, maybe even a variation on written form, right, which follows this format of listing disease outbreaks throughout the world in chronological order. So this one here starts with the Antonine Plague back in the Roman Empire. It takes us through to the Black Death, through smallpox, to cholera, to HIV/AIDS. So placing all of these major pandemics in chronological order, and each spiky ball is representing the number of human deaths, culminating in a still growing red ball right at the front to represent and capture COVID-19. Now, although it might be unnerving to see these large numbers that have died from previous pandemics, overall, I would suggest that this image of the history of pandemics is generally reassuring to those of us who are positioned right at its front. Right? COVID-19 appears at the end of a long list of biological calamities that have been solved. It's comparably much smaller in size, and so it's yet just another test of human and scientific ingenuity. And each pandemic here, I want you to note, is portrayed as circumscribed and defined with clear contours of their respective ends. Yet, if we were to incorporate in our understanding of the ending process, well, as a contested process, we can start to challenge this framework. If we think about plague, for example, it's not really a discrete disease entity that had a clear start and a clear end. Of course, it actually continues on today. Instead, it would be more realistic to portray the second plague pandemic, which really melded into the third pandemic, into something more like this, a long wavy line, thicker in some points than others, weaving back and forth, but ever present and only occasionally rising and exploding above the surface, much more akin to an iceberg in which we can only see the tip above water with the massive disease that continues below. More generally, when you look at this image here, endemic disease appears not at all. Tuberculosis, for example, which would help to explain the pattern of HIV/AIDS, is not featured. In other words, there's no space for the interaction between diseases that's often so crucial to understanding the patterns and the fluctuations of epidemics themselves. More generally, what I suggest here is that if we focus more on endings, this helps to, in some ways, rethink how we study epidemics and disease more generally. The end process is not simply the downward curve of an epidemic. Instead, it marks a different way of thinking about the epidemic. That is, we can think about how a society's understanding of an epidemic is different at the beginning and at the climax than it is at the end. When communities are thrown into panic and into turmoil at the outbreak of a new disease, when medical committees are convened and central governments spring into action, and when we hunt for the identification of a pathogen, epidemics are understood in clear biological terms. But by the end stages, the disease is regarded through the filter of political and social and economic dislocations which have deepened as the epidemic has progressed. And so this articulates the nature by which policy decisions are debated and then implemented, and the accommodations that have been made between scientific models and human behavior. This is my attempt to come up with a new model. So basically, I've just taken a sound wave and put it on a slide because I'm not an artist, as you can tell, but to try to rethink how we might portray the relationship between disease and society. I want to end with a final point about our own role within the drama and the narrative of an epidemic. As I mentioned, there's a kind of historical classic analysis of epidemics outlining 3 acts in the progress of an epidemic, right? The revelation, the act of managing randomness, and then collective action. But the epidemic drama always ends with an epilogue in which society focuses on lessons and reforms. So as the historian Charles Rosenberg notes, epidemics have always provided occasion for retrospective moral judgment. And in similar fashion, for example, anthropologists outline what they call a post-epidemic period. This is crucial in creating meaning for the epidemic, they explain. So as the intensity of the drama declines, reflective narratives of the epidemic provide retrospective accounts in which the epidemic's final significance retroactively shapes memory of its beginnings, but it also points to heroes and to villains and identifies ways to prevent such crises in the future. So as anthropologists point out, our need to discuss what's called lessons learned, to frame the epidemic as a moral teacher, is a deep-seated human urge. And so I think it's helpful for us to reflect on where we find ourselves within this drama, right? To observe our own expectations, perhaps our desire of learning from an epidemic. It's indeed part of the process of what I would call the social end of an epidemic, when society attempts to reunite after its crisis. Here I have an image here. On the one hand, you have a portrayal post early modern plague in Renaissance Italy and the celebration that happens. And this was celebrated every year. Ironically, the only time it didn't happen was during COVID. So my point here is that epidemics are observed and understood and recounted as dramas. So as much as they are medical crises, they're also moral narratives of heroes and villains. But the villains are not the pathogens, with humans united in battle against these kind of evil biological invaders. Instead, above all else, epidemics are human dramas. So during an outbreak, some people are cast as heroes while others cause harm, standing in the way of virtue and health through fear, ignorance, or even malice. Disease in this framework can be conquered. This is because in the drama of an epidemic, the real obstacles to health, and thus to the happy resolution of our epidemic drama, are errant, frustrating fellow humans who do not understand how to successfully handle the outbreak. But we should, of course, remember that public health measures are socially divisive, whether for plague, whether for cholera, whether for Ebola or COVID-19. Public health measures are indifferent to cultural traditions. They're indifferent to mourning rituals. They insist humans ignore kinship and community, ignore belief, and often falling most heavily on those already at the margins. So the end process also requires acknowledgement of this fragmentation, an attempt to reinstate social ties, in part by reshaping what has often been a chaotic period into a time of learning. So I want to end with some historians' caution. I'd like to think that this wave visualization, the sound wave, more accurately captures the history and the trajectory of medical developments, but also of this notion of lessons learned. After all, innovations such as vaccines and things such as water filtration were not often invented in response to a particular epidemic, but instead are the result of long-term research, often developed most extensively in response to endemic disease or in periods between the crises of epidemics. Smallpox vaccination, for example, although of course identified and outlined by Edward Jenner in the 1790s, took years for the procedure to be fully understood, fully developed, and then to be fully implemented. So as an example, for the American indigenous populations, which had been devastated by smallpox epidemics in the 1500s and 1600s, it was not until the early 20th century that vaccination was then widely implemented and smallpox was eliminated. In other words, although Jenner published his outline of vaccination in 1798, it was more than 100 years later, in the early 1900s, that the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs implemented a successful mass vaccination campaign. They also, of course, made use of isolation and quarantine measures, which finally tackled smallpox for good among American indigenous populations. And a similar long drawn-out chronology can be seen for cholera. So as historians of 19th century England and Europe and North America have pointed out, sanitation and water filtration were being developed across this period in response to the general mass of endemic diseases classified just as fevers, incorporating, for example, typhoid and typhus. So it was not so much the cholera epidemics of the 19th century that stimulated the development of these measures. They were already in process. Instead, what the cholera epidemics did was provide an opportunity for reformers who already backed sanitation to link their pre-existing concerns to public and political attention paid to cholera. So as the historian Christopher Hamlin explains, too often we accept the fable of what he calls cholera forcing, the myth that cholera forces beneficial health interventions, whether technological or sanitary. Instead, he argues it's more accurate to see these epidemics as leverage rather than as a given in creating medical change. After all, since epidemics are as much political crises as biological crises, this means that the type of problem, and thus the type of solution, is open to debate and to negotiation and not a foregone conclusion. As a result, epidemics and society should be more accurately portrayed as a process of co-evolution, with diseases interacting with one another, but also interacting with societies. Neither is static, and the development of disease, of society, and of lessons learned only makes sense when we model their interaction and their dynamism. This historical observation is not only about the past. After all, we use the past to identify patterns and thereby outline trajectories for the future. So understanding disease and change in the past more accurately can thus help us reframe and rethink our long-term approach to managing disease, shaping how we design new research and what we define as the problem that new research needs to solve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As a little token of our appreciation from the Pandemic Center,
thank you very much.
You have presented us the complexity, but also the importance of staying into this field, like in between.
Yes.
So I wonder if there's any kind of question or comment for the public. Yeah? You introduce yourself. There, we have microphones so that people digitally can also listen. So you introduce yourself to begin with.
Thank you. I'm Preben Novitsland. I work at the Pandemic Center here. With the current pandemic, if you ask, say, the Prime Minister or if you ask WHO, the simple question, is the pandemic over? They will hesitate to give you an answer.
Yeah.
The WHO will say something, well, the crisis phase is over, but we still have to be vigilant and so on.
Yeah.
If you ask people on the street,
yeah,
they will talk about the pandemic in the past tense.
Yeah.
They will say, during the pandemic, we did this and that, and do you remember during the pandemic? So there's a disconnect between the politicians and the health bureaucrats and the public. And how will this affect sort of the trust in the government when they are so reluctant to say what we all know? The pandemic is over.
Yeah. And look, I think this is, I have to say, as a historian, I found some really wonderful nuggets of this precise pattern happening. So one of my favorite was during one of the 17th century plague outbreaks in Northern Europe. The king finally declares that the epidemic is over, the plague has ended. And basically, all the common people are like, what are you talking about? We thought it was over ages ago. And one of the decrees is that now that it's over, you need to burn all your bedding for sanitary reasons. And of course, the common people refused because this is an expensive measure. So you see actually a kind of revolt by people against what public authorities are declaring. And so this is why I thought it was very interesting to me to think about this difference between the political and the social, especially, but also the distance that that sometimes has from medical data too. And I agree with you that, I mean, we could add in the economic. I was thinking, basically, you could keep adding in various kinds of ends, but I think you're right that this notion about how people live their lives, especially as a historian, I find very indicative of how people are thinking about risks and what kind of information they have. But that is probably a tale as old as time. Yeah.
Any other question? I have one myself, at least, because you were talking about this the locality, right? And we might say that, okay, in Europe or Northern Norway, the pandemic is over, but the long consequences in many places, they're going to be there for a very long time. Yeah. Although we might have forgotten that it had to do with the pandemic.
Yes.
So does it ever end there?
You could, and again, I think this comes to what you measure. So there's been very interesting studies. Again, I think a lot of work has been done, especially on medieval and early modern plague. There's been studies that have pointed out that, for example, the decline of, say, southern parts of Italy compared to northern parts of Italy in economic contexts are actually a result of the way that when plague happened and the responses that were taken, so that actually you're measuring impact from 200 years later in terms of economic activity, right? So there's various ways, and I think this is very interesting to me. What do you measure? Because once you start thinking beyond, say, medical cases, you can, of course, think about economic data and how far back you should see this. And so there's a question here about causation, but I think it's an also very good point about in some ways there's an argument that there's a cyclical nature, right? So once one has an outbreak that might be poorly handled, that area then has less money to invest in infrastructure, which then means when another outbreak happens, the same thing happens. And so there's a cycle of poverty that relates to disease.
Well, thank you very much again, and
thank you.
We will be having you with us all day, so please contact Erika if you're here. Now, during this week, we have had a PhD course for students, and what we're going to do, Pierina is responsible for this. We are going to learn what students learned during a week with us. Please, Pierina, you have any?
The microphone is there.
Andrea will start.
Just talk.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
Yes, as Esperanza said, all this week we have the course, Learning from the Pandemic and the Interdisciplinary Approach. And at this course, we have 12 students, medical and master's students and PhD candidates.
Thank you.
And this is the final assignment. And we have told them this. You are the group of experts at the Pandemic Center in Bergen. You belong to different disciplines and have been working since the COVID-19 pandemic started to be prepared for the next pandemic. The questions to you are, why should we keep learning from the COVID-19 pandemic now 3.5 years after it started? And how will you communicate this need to the public, policymakers, and stakeholders? Each group will present their answers in 3 minutes maximum. And now we will present 3 of the groups. We have 5 groups in total. 3 of the groups will be presenting now, and 2 groups will present in the afternoon. But we will need your help to vote for the groups, and this is, Andrea will explain how to vote. And yes, I think we can start then with the group 1, that is with Pimpin, Son, and Rita Wililo.
So this is a sentence you don't hear often at a conference, but is grab your phone and scan the QR code that is on the screen. You will follow the instruction that you will receive on your phone when you should vote and when you should not vote. So don't be afraid, your phone will tell you exactly what you have to do. So you have a few seconds to start it.
It says that the response is off, but you probably will put it on.
It's off because now you cannot vote. So after the presentation is done, your phone will tell you, now you can vote.
After the 3 presentations, you will start voting.
No, they will vote each presentation.
Sorry.
At the end of each presentation.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Good morning. We are glad to share some of our thoughts on this task. And on the left, we can see we have listed 3 needs that we need to learn from COVID-19. First, we have seen that there are individuals experiencing the long COVID symptoms, including fatigue and mental disorders. That means that we need continuous care and attention. Second, we have seen that there are weaknesses from our health system that's been exposed during the last crisis, and learning from that can get us more prepared for the future pandemic that may include early detection and surveillance, and including different subgroups, including all the vulnerable groups. And last but not the least, the pandemic also highlights the importance and values. Okay, thanks. Importance and values of working in the interdisciplinary collaboration, and it's time for us to evaluate what did we achieve by incorporating the broadened spectrum of different disciplines, and can we shift that lesson for different research questions such as weather, climate, and urban heat, and even One Health target. And then my colleague Rita will introduce us on how to communicate these needs to different parties.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Rita Wililo. And how to communicate this need in 3 groups? Public. Our thought is that we need to be very concise and consistent and very creative. A message like this, we need to put them in public, and also we also need to engage media. In social media to pop up these messages so that people will not forget about the pandemic and these good habits. And secondly, for policymakers, we are part of the decision making. And as part of that, we need to send a very clear information that is being backed up with the data and evidence, and also to propose the concrete and actionable recommendations. Sorry, it is a recommendation, not proposal. And for the stakeholders, it is good to have this frequent meeting, like annual meeting, and we have seen from Esperanza that he said we started with a student meeting, and then we had national, and then we have international, and also we need to focus much on the content of the people who are attending this meeting. It's good to also include the policymakers and also the implementers, health facility level, and municipal representation. Thank you.
Now you can vote. You have 30 seconds. Okay. Now we can go forward to the second group, which is.
We have Rafael and Isil. You can come here.
Hello. Hi, good morning to everyone. Sorry, we're going to have to speak a little bit fast because we only have 3 minutes. But we wanted to focus on these 4 components. First, accessibility for all. The pandemic has taught us that the importance of that every people should have access to healthcare, regardless of their economic status, geographical location, and possible language barriers. One thing that happened, for example, in my country, in Peru, is that people didn't, that everything was collapsed. So what happened is that people tend to resort to private health in order to get some health care for their families and themselves. But the problem with that was that they were overcome like extremely out-of-pocket expenses that people sadly is like dealing with it right now, and they will deal for the rest of their lives. And also other medical procedures like cancer screening and diabetes, they were like postponed because it was not a priority. So we can imagine what was the outcome of that, right? And another thing that I want to talk about is improving healthcare system. It is very important to have adequate hospital capacity. I'm sorry. Hospital capacity. For example, in Turkey, what they did, it was like an enhancing hospital capacity by over like the private. I'm sorry again. I got very nervous. Yeah, I have some notes here. Yeah, okay. The hospital, the public hospitals and the private hospital, they enhance each other, so they start like working together, and that was a very good way to overcome the pandemic, and also not only the COVID patients that were like benefit from that, but also patients with other type of illnesses and chronic diseases, right? And having vaccine availability is also very, very important issue, because as we know, it was a pandemic, so the purpose of having a vaccination is try to vaccinate as much people as possible, but it was a pandemic, so it was more important to focus on like in a global perspective. But the problem was that some richest countries kind of like hoard all the vaccines, so that kind of like delay the vaccination process for a lot of low and middle income countries.
Thank you. And the other two topics we wanted to mention was the role of media and trust of the public towards authorities and experts. So we learned that the media had an important and big role in terms of delivering the latest information or keeping the public updated and letting them know about the latest regulations and rules that were implemented by the authorities. So, but this also brought, considering that the use of media is much faster and more, that was the problem of infodemics that the governments and authorities had to manage. So we need to keep that in mind for the future and keep the public aware of it and raise the public awareness so that they can be critical when they're facing a new information and to think if it is a reliable source of information or not. And the other thing is, the research has shown that in the countries where the public has a higher trust, they were complying with the rules more voluntarily and in a higher level. So it is also important to keep the stakeholders, the policymakers, and the public informed, updated, and remembering the lessons. Thank you.
And now you can vote.
Thank you. And the final group.
Yes, we go to the third group, which is Leah, Tartil, and Grace.
Yes. Why we are here and why we should keep learning from and studying COVID-19 after 3 years of the pandemic. We are here because we have to protect the vulnerable people who suffer the most from the pandemic, especially the elder group who hit very badly by the pandemic, and we have to implement measures to protect them. We have also to protect the workers' rights to have a better working condition and strengthen their capacity to have a better working condition. We also have to protect children's and young adults' education and development by implementing an educational system that can adapt for the changing conditions, for example, the crisis. We are also here to decrease the inequality, reduce the inequality, and also to acknowledge the critical role of preventive health and public health profession for protecting the disease. And as we say, prevention is better than cure.
Secondly, we need to prepare for the next pandemic. COVID-19 revealed to us the sad reality of how differently countries can respond to the same disease. So we need to prepare for the next one by strengthening health systems in low and middle income countries. And that means in low and middle income countries, we need to invest in infrastructure for health. That means increasing the capacity for surveillance so that low and middle income countries can can identify emerging pathogens and then respond to them appropriately. But it also means investing in infrastructure. That means more hospitals, better personnel, so that we can manage the next pandemic a lot better than we did the last one.
We also see that communication is really important, both now and for future pandemics. And so we propose 3 main principles of communication, which are inclusion, transparency, and humility. Inclusion means that communication is interdisciplinary and accessible. So expert advice to decision makers should express the multifaceted nature of the pandemic, and communication to the public should be relayed in consult with translators, cultural ambassadors, and science communicators. Transparency means that the decision-making process is brought to the public, and so we can understand the information that is informing these decisions, as well as acknowledgement of the trade-offs that are going to be made with every decision. And lastly, humility means that we recognize our past mistakes and also current gaps in the knowledge to understand, in order to rebuild trust and an open dialogue. So rather than remaining paralyzed by uncertainty, we hope that we can continue forward with caution. Thank you.
So I think we can vote for the next group. And we still have 2 more groups left, and they will be presenting in the afternoon. So, and then we will have the final results. And I think, yeah.
Yes, so now we go to the next part of the conference. You have noticed that you have not received the program in paper, and that's because we don't want to produce so much papers going around. But if you look at the name that you got when you got at the entrance, on the back there is a QR code. If you scan that QR code, you will get access to the program. And that is very important to see what we are going to do next, because there will be 3 parallel sessions, and after lunch there will be 2 parallel sessions. The first, now I will go through the different parallel sessions, but you can also look at the program online. So the first parallel session will be now, before lunch, for 1 hour. It will be divided in 3 parts. The first part is the panel debate, what should the post-pandemic city look like, which will be here, and Ovar Horstad, professor at the University of Bergen, will be leading the debate. So if you want to follow this debate, you got to stay here. The second parallel session is the abstract sessions with the people that you see here, these 5 people that will be presenting, and Preben Ovitsland, also a professor at the Pandemic Center, will be leading the session, and this will be in the Great Hall. The Great Hall is a room that is in the 1st floor, so you go up one floor and then 1 more, and you just have to follow the signals on the staircase. But anyway, you follow Preben and Kasper and you will find the room. The third session of the morning part is abstracts presentation part B, which will be in the canteen. The canteen, if you come out the door and you go straight ahead, there you will find the final session. After this part, there will be a lunch break of 60 minutes. Then we will get back here for the afternoon parallel session. Will be only 2, and it will be a panel debate, which will be again here. And then there will be the abstract presentation C, which will also be in the Great Hall, that is the room on the 1st floor. But now, before the parallel session starts, you have a coffee break of 15 minutes. You can get coffee in the canteen, which is straight ahead in the corridor here. Thank you.
Welcome again to this session on what the post-pandemic city should look like. My name is Håvard Horstad. I'm a professor of human geography, and I work not so much on pandemics, but I work on cities and sustainability related to cities and urban change. So we are going to have a presentation and a panel debate around this question. And we wanted to raise this issue because cities are perhaps in a particular position when it comes to pandemic and pandemic response. We've seen that across different cities there have been wide varieties in how exposed the cities and different areas of the cities have been to infection and impacts. There are also great inequalities across cities, which affected the way that the pandemic was lived and experienced in terms of different access to transportation. People have very different access to green spaces depending on where they live in cities, and therefore different possibilities for recreation during a pandemic, and also different access to home delivery services. And different populations were also exposed differently depending on where they live and socioeconomic backgrounds. And we've seen that immigrants and marginalized populations have, at least some cities, been at greater risk. So what we want to talk about is how do we think about cities, urban planning, how to shape cities, how to organize urban life in expectation of the next pandemic. So that's the question we are going to be talking about. We have a very competent panel consisting of Lars Böcker from the Institute of Transport Economics, Sven-Erik Mamelund, who's a professor at Oslo Met, and Lema Hussaini, who is a researcher at the Norwegian Institute of Public Health. So that's the panel. And the plan is that Lars will start with a 10, 12, 15-minute presentation talking about some empirical findings from research that he has done on cities and urban planning during the COVID pandemic, and some reflections on how to respond better, perhaps. And then we'll have a conversation between the four of us after that. So with that, Lars, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks for being here. My name is Lars Böcker, as introduced. We've been working across two projects funded by the Research Council of Norway on these themes. One specifically on pandemic impacts. The other is more like a research center on sustainable urban development and in an inclusive way. But looking at pandemic impacts on travel preferences, on housing and housing preferences, on increasing inequalities or reducing inequalities, on health and mental health, and on urban planning processes. And doing so with a variety of different types of data sources, mainly quantitative, but also some qualitative, survey-based, but also, for example, mobile phone data. And to start with the latter, we looked, for example, at how pandemic has impacted our travel patterns. Of course, very strongly influenced by the strong social distancing implications. So you see the dashed line being pre-pandemic year, before the pandemic, and then the subsequent years following by the pandemic. And you see that large drop in the first year in March. And you also see where over the course of a whole year we were at these 3 years till the start of spring this year. So you see how, for example, for
normal for other types of trips, you see how we've gotten back to -1%. So basically where we were at the baseline, but some types of trips like work trips, they're still quite a bit below. We can also see that in our survey where we see February from before the pandemic, and then we see the early stages of the pandemic and the subsequent years, and you see that big dip in travel and a subsequent rebound, but not entirely back to normal when it comes to, for example, things like travel to work. But other types of things like these leisurely walk and bike rides, they actually went up in the pandemic, and then they are sort of back to normal and even a little bit below. Maybe some of us got a bit fed up with that. But other things also have come back. For example, bringing and delivering children and things like that are actually a bit higher now than they were before. We also can see how we do this type of travel. And then you can immediately see that, for example, there are quite a big differences in terms of like, when you see on the left side, you see trips done by car. They have also reduced a little bit in the pandemic, but they were quite soon back to normal where they were, while the green part, the one by public transport, has reduced much more. This is data from Oslo, by the way, has reduced much more, and is also not really back to where it was. You can also see that in our National Travel Survey data on the right, where you see the pandemic stringency, so the type of measures based on these calculated you can find it also internationally for all kind of regions, but basically saying like what kind of social distancing measures were in place, the stringency of that, and then the public transport share, sort of like showing where the stringency goes up, public transport share going down, and the other way around. What we also looked at is how this gap in travel or the reduction in travel has been substituted by all kind of other type of digital substitutes. And you see how, for example, that void has been filled up for work. Travel to work has been filled up by home office and study trips by e-learning activities. But also, again, reducing back to some kind of normal, but it's still a little bit, it's not the old normal, it's more like a new normal. And with other types of trips, you see similar patterns. For example, on social visits, visiting family and friends, for example, you see how that reduction there has been sort of filled up with an increase in use of video calling for social purposes, and also, again, reducing to sort of where it was. When we specifically look at work, we see how the frequencies of travel to work have changed, and what kind of advantages and disadvantages people have experienced doing this. So, for example, not having to commute was a benefit, seen as a benefit, but also the increased flexibility. But also the lack of social contact has been mentioned as a very big disadvantage. We also see changes in preferences of travel from before COVID and during the COVID pandemic. And what's interesting is, apologies that this slide is in Norwegian, but the red ones are time and price, and they're classically always thought of as very important in transport research and used as very big components of how to study travel behavior. They actually become less important while things such as flexibility and comfort related things have become more important. We also looked at how the pandemic has impacted stress and safety and perceptions of that during travel by public transport users. And you see, for example, things like how that differs for different groups. With regard to age, for example, you see that generally older groups, they have less stress and less fear, but that has changed a little bit during the pandemic. You see the interaction with the pandemic, you see that their calmness has reduced a bit more. But I think a more interesting finding is that on gender, you see that women actually usually already, apologies for the stereotype colors here, but usually have already a bit lower levels of perceived safety, and they're also more reduced in the pandemic. So they had a more disadvantaged position to start with, and it's also been an increased disadvantage. After that, we've also looked at housing preferences. Also in light of that, there has been so much media focus on people don't want to live in cities anymore, and we wanted to know like how much of that is really the case. And this is also come from context from the US, for example. Is that also the case here? We didn't find so much evidence for that. What we looked at was the interactions between who you are and where they live, how satisfied people are with their dwellings. You see that actually, for example, that one on the top there hasn't changed very much, but also how they perceive the accessibility of their environment where they live. And there you see a large drop during the pandemic and a subsequent return to somewhat near the normal, but not exactly where it was. But you not only see the drop, you see also an increased span of answers. Like it hasn't dropped for everyone, but for some it has dropped much more than for others. We see, for example, here also gender differences, that for women this drop has been much bigger than for men. So even if they live in the same house, they may experience their accessibility differently if, for example, a man is the main user of the one car in the household. Could be these types of things or different types of sectors where they work. But there is something with gender which is also quite prominent in the literature from different contexts that show that women have been influenced more. Then finally, how this all influences the residential preferences. And we would expect, for example, things like people don't want to live as dense anymore as they do. But we don't find much evidence of that. The one is sort of there in the middle. But things that we really find become of a bigger importance are, for example, the access to outdoor assets like gardens and balconies and things like that. People without access to those, they really thought like, if I'm going to move again, this pandemic has told me that I need this type of access. But also the ones that already have it, they want more of it. But another one that's interesting is the access to different mobility options. Even at a time when people travel less, they value access more because they want to have the optionality to do so. And it's not only by car, which we sort of expected, but also that to public transport, even if they have used it less. But people really want to have that access. And also maybe people that usually had a very long commute, they started reflecting on that. It's actually quite nice to not have to do that. So that might then be another reason for this. So I'm concluding with this last part on where we look at what this all means for planning, but not only in terms of epidemic resilience, but also how this can be united with the type of planning that we have been doing for the last decades with compact designs of cities in terms of our other crisis, that of climate. So what we see we sketched out 4 scenarios where we basically went in the pandemic from the scenario on the top left there where the model split. This is like the relative use of car and public transport, walking and cycling, where this one was normal. To on the bottom right, where this model split has been very much reduced, the shares of public transport and the share of the car has been increased a lot. And also the volume of travel has been reduced a lot. So you see in that axis. So we went from much less travel and even more so by public transport, and then gradually going back. But what went up first was our amount of travel. We sort of got back to normal quite quickly with that. but this share of use of public transport, which is important from a sustainable mobility perspective, has been lagging a little bit. So we see that the cars caught up, and there was a lot of extra traffic jams and media attention about this. There are a couple of implications for planning, and two main challenges in the one scenarios on the right, where this public transport share is sort of reduced, is in the top. If you, let's say in the bottom first, if you have reduced travel and reduced public transport share, it's really difficult to finance the public transport, and it's basically a face-off. We just have to survive. But the important thing is not to cut down on the services, because you may enter a negative spiral. Another one on the top, which is important challenge, if you do have that all the travel is coming back but not the public transport, you really have a severe challenge for sustainability and attractiveness. And in Norway, for example, with the zero growth in traffic goals that municipalities have. So what is in all these scenarios quite important is that we have been very vocal in don't use public transport, travel as little as possible, only if you need to, but it's also a shared responsibility to communicate the message that it's safe again. I haven't seen that one as prominent, so maybe that is one, and maintaining the public transport levels as we had them. And in Norway we have done that relatively well, but there are many countries where as a response to reduced travel, also the number of trips, the frequency of the train lines and the buses has been diminished, or the number of routes has been diminished. And this creates really a negative spiral where people don't see the public transport as a functioning alternative anymore, and they just switch to something else. And it's very hard to get it back later. In the top there, when you do have that increase in travel, but not yet by public transport, you see that there is an important thing is to resist a call to expand the road capacity. Because it might seem like, okay, there are many traffic jams, maybe we need to do something about this. But it is a trajectory that will come also when people get back into the public transport. Okay. As a general thing, besides all these scenarios, even if we get back to where travel was, it is important to consider all the travel and safety needs and the difference of different groups, the rising inequalities, which are travel-related, pandemic-related, for example, that not everyone has the same home office capabilities, access to good food delivery and things like that you mentioned. And it's important to continue working with expanding public transport and making it an efficient and effective way to travel. Yeah, I think I'll leave it here. We can take more discussion afterwards, but thanks for that.
Great, thank you so much, Lars, for giving us this comprehensive view of the transport scenario. This is mostly based on Oslo, or is it?
Some of the fear, and one is also from Bergen, and also from Stockholm. So we have some cross comparatives.
Great. I want to invite up the other two panelists, and so this gave us a good comprehensive view on transportation. I think we're also going to broaden out a little bit and talk about health and other aspects now.
Yeah, we did study that as well. I just had to choose some.
Great.
We can discuss this.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe I can also. Is there room for me on the sofa?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful. So. I have asked the other two to prepare and some short reflections, maybe 3 to 5 minutes, maybe partly some thoughts that you have listening to Lars, but also in the wider questions that we have posed for this panel. So should we start with you? Lema, do you want to go first?
Yes, I can go first. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I have several thoughts on the topic regarding use of public transport, for instance. I'm going to go into it further, but I'll first just introduce myself. So I work as a researcher at the Norwegian Institute of Public Health, and I've done a lot of research both qualitatively and quantitatively. A lot of it has been about the immigrant population. So that's mainly what I'm going to talk about. I've also been involved in dialogue meetings to talk to representatives that can further expand on what their needs are during a pandemic. So I think that's like one of the key points that I would highlight based on your presentation is that there are many important things we need to think about, but we need to remember the diversity in this population we're talking about. So, for instance, use of public transport, that's quite important for people, especially for those who don't have resources to drive a car or get to a place where they need to use healthcare, for instance. So the diversity is really important on the matter, and especially now that we have a lot of Ukrainian refugees in Norway, and the immigrant population now represents 20% of the whole population in Norway. So I think that's quite important. Yeah.
Yeah, fully agree.
Yeah. Great. Fredrik,
Thank you so much. I guess a disclaimer is in place here. I'm a professor in pandemic studies. I'm not a student of urban studies, architecture and urban planning. So that's said. I've done research on historical influenza pandemics, and I've been particularly interested in the 1918 flu pandemic and looking at risk factors and consequences of that pandemic. So we have seen during several pandemics, including COVID-19, that cities have been epicenters of disease outbreaks, and Oslo was the epicenter all the time during COVID, and especially the eastern parishes of Oslo, they were hammered over the course of the pandemic. These are, these areas have higher shares of migrants and pretty much score lower on any type of socioeconomic status indices and so on. But if you go 100 years back to 1918, things were no different. The flu came first to Oslo. It spread down the urban hierarchies. It spread with people traveling with trains to Bergen from Oslo to Trondheim, and with people traveling with coastal steamers and so on to northern Norway. But again, it was the cities that were that had the highest mortalities in 1918. And if you go to Oslo, it was again an east-west divide, with way higher mortality on the east side of Oslo compared to the west side. And after 1918, there was an increase in territorial-based health policy thinking and promoting, and this was considered like crucial for control of pandemic flu. But however, the first pandemic preparedness plans were not created before the end of the 20th century, so 80 years after the 1918 flu pandemic, we got the first national preparedness plans developed. And it was actually not only before after COVID that the central role of urbanization and cities and pandemics came to the forefront of research. And one paper in Science in 2022 showed that between 2020 and 2021, more than 3,000 papers were written on the topic of cities and the pandemic. And so today, most agree that pandemic health promotion and prevention and urban planning, they must be seen in concert.
Great. So as you say, Svenek, cities are these epicenters, and we see differences within cities. And in Oslo, for example, you have this the east-west divide. East is the sort of more, let's say, socioeconomically marginalized areas, and there you have higher death rates. What do we know about that? Why are there higher death rates in these areas?
Oh, that's the question that we don't really have like a clear conclusion to. So you need to go into different types of mechanisms. One is exposure. So exposure at the workplace, exposure at home, and also underlying susceptibilities, prior diseases and so on. And trust is an issue, access to healthcare, vaccines, and so on. And D vitamin deficiencies was mentioned at one point in time. I haven't seen any conclusion on the role of D vitamin deficiencies. Genetic stuff has been brought up too, but I haven't really seen a clear conclusion on the role of these different factors in explaining the higher disease outbreaks among the migrant communities on the east side of Oslo. But these are some of the factors.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah. So I don't know if I can say that much about death rates, but we did see an overrepresentation in infection rates and hospital admissions. And we did a huge report trying to do both interviews, register analysis, and a lot of dialogue meetings to try to gain more knowledge on what were these reasons. But the main answer we concluded on is that vulnerabilities increase during a crisis, right? So if you don't have access to healthcare, you don't understand the information the authorities are giving to you, you are already having risk factors, all these things together accumulate vulnerabilities. And because of that, you cannot just say there's like one answer or another answer, but you need to take into consideration many answers. So we recognized 14 different reasons without really saying that this is the one that sticks out or another one. But some of the things we saw was that socioeconomic status definitely have something to say, but we would like to highlight that this in combination with having immigrant background might even exacerbate this risk factor, right? And then there's like your behavior, social environment, again, understanding communication. This was a huge factor. For many people with low language proficiency in Norwegian, it's very difficult to understand the communication that the authorities give. So this was definitely something that in the beginning of the pandemic was a huge challenge for many people. Adherence to guidelines. We don't know necessarily what was the main reason, but we didn't find too much on higher death rates, but definitely infection rates and hospital admissions. Yeah.
What about in transport?
Yeah, we also did a study on this and also identified really the pre-existing inequalities sort of reinforced. We had a look at the transport issues as well, and actually also everyday life, and we've also seen something, or I don't know if we are very conclusive on it, but it might have to do also with. Like you mentioned, exposure, for example, if you have easy opportunities to work from home, to have also relatively larger dwellings, live your life relatively easily in confinement, it's also easier to sort of protect yourself than when you work in critical sectors, are more dependent on the use of public transport. And also, are maybe in smaller types of dwellings and more in-crowding. There can be many types of reasons there on the resource level and the everyday life level that have to do with this exposure. And they are both everyday life, work, employment, and travel related. Yeah, but I definitely concur with the pre-existing inequalities, socioeconomic status, everything.
at some stages of the pandemic to even, uptake of different non-pharmaceutical interventions could matter. And before the pandemic, at least, some migrant communities also expressed a lower intention to take the vaccine. So I think early on in the pandemic, some differences in vaccine uptake could have mattered too. So there's just tons of different things going on at the same time to sort of explain these differences.
I would definitely add, when it comes to vaccination, that we have generally high coverage in Norway across all groups. So this is a very important thing to remember, but we've seen differences across immigrant populations. So we cannot generalize this finding, but we can see differences. So for instance, individuals with background from Thailand, Vietnam, the Philippines have generally very high coverage vaccination, but many people from Eastern Europe have lower. So we need to remember the heterogeneity here in this population as well. And we haven't really concluded on any patterns that stick out again on why some groups have lower rates or some have higher. But we are very interested in finding that out. But we still see that higher income, higher education, all these factors definitely are positive when it comes to vaccination uptake. But being new to Norway, have a short stay of residency in Norway, not having too much connection to the Norwegian society or knowing your rights to healthcare also matters. So for the groups that we've seen that have low vaccination rates, many of them are coming here as working immigrants as well. So we don't know their connection or their trust into the Norwegian society as much, but we are very interested in finding this out now. Yeah, but again, I just need to highlight the diversity.
Sure.
It's very important, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so what do we do? Before the next pandemic hits us. I want to preface the question with a couple of things. I mean, one thing is that when we study cities, one obvious thing is that a city is built already. A city is built over centuries. So it's not easy to do something about the way the residences are structured, the fact that you live in quite dense areas in certain places, the socioeconomic differences between very often east or west or north and south. So there are a lot of things that we can't necessarily do something about overnight. The other thing is that, and we know this from our interest in sustainable mobility. In sustainable mobility, we really are trying to get people to use public transportation, go away from the private cars. Densification of cities is a big sort of policy goal in terms of making cities that are more sustainable. And I think we've seen also in this pandemic that those are things that to a certain extent worked against the pandemic response, right? We started telling people that you should not use public transportation after trying to convince them for decades that public transportation is what's good for us. So there are some of these factors that we are pointing to are things that it's not easy to do something about, sort of at least not overnight. But what are the things that we can do, and what are the things that the policy responses that are sort of within our reach? We'll start with you.
I've tried to think about this, and I might have three main things that I would like to say. And of course, as a researcher, I need to highlight the need of research. So we need to establish an infrastructure in the beginning during a public health crisis to gain knowledge so we can monitor disease development and also know who's harder hit, who's not, how is the situation in general. So this is very important, and in that context we also need to be open and honest with our communication. In the beginning of the pandemic, some people said that we were not as honest and open about who were harder hit by the pandemic, and we learned quite quickly that this is important because people need to be able to take informed choices when it comes to healthcare. The other point is that we need to prioritize community engagement when we are making plans for the city, how to organize. We need to listen to what the public need when it comes to public available areas to reduce overcrowding and also enable social distancing. And also to do this to tailor events and interventions for the people. And lastly, I think we need to lower both physical and administrative barriers to access. I will always talk about healthcare in this context, but if you need to go to have a test or take a vaccine, the access to these types of facilities need to be quite accessible for everyone. So this is important. That's why I'm saying that public transport is important, because we learned when we interviewed municipalities that many people didn't have the opportunity to go to a test center or to take the vaccine because they were also told to stay at home and not use public transport. So these things are quite important. Also to keep in mind that we need to maybe do events such as having mobile or drop-in stations that are out there, not only in the center where everyone needs to go, but that we actually seek the people when we want to provide healthcare to them. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I want to go back to how we distributed vaccines, and this was January 2020, and we started to distribute those out to the municipalities using one key, and that was the share of people in a municipality above the age of 65. And after 2.5 months, we started to use the population size in each municipality, plus a so-called mild skewed geographic distribution of vaccines, meaning that those, Oslo basically, and the eastern parishes of Oslo and some other municipalities in the southeast of Norway, they got more vaccines because they were harder hit. And the Corona Commission report showed that if we had started to do this so-called geographic skewed distribution of vaccines earlier, it would have prevented 10% of the hospitalizations. I think what would have been, what I think is important is obviously before the next pandemic is to reduce social inequalities in exposure, susceptibilities and access to care before the next pandemic hits. That's important and big, and that's a major part of pandemic preparedness in itself. And then what we can do next is that immediately when we have new vaccines is to distribute vaccines according to two keys, a medical one, like age above 65, and then use a living condition index or a deprivation index as a key in addition to the medical one, such that you can sort of control for both the underlying medical reasons for having a higher disease burden and also the social one. And I spoke to one medical doctor in one parish in Oslo, which was central during the pandemic. He was in Stovner parish. And he told me that sometimes the major driving force of the outbreak in Stovner was actually just driven by a lot of diseases in just one apartment block. Mm-hmm. And even going to some of the entrances and some particular apartments. And he was pointing towards unserious lease or rent of some apartments to a ton of, this was his, the way he said it, a ton of migrants from, for example, this was from Eastern Europe. So it contributed to a massive, overcrowding in some of these apartments and this apartment block. And it was actually a driving force of the pandemic several times at Stovner. So this is something we need to do something with. And I think also that we need to go deeper down in geography, and especially in Oslo. So municipality is one thing. You can use that as a unit to distribute vaccines. But I think at least in Oslo, you might need to go even lower than the parish. So even down to addresses. But this is something that then, in the end, you are coming down to individuals and individual families and so on, which is a little tricky when it comes to these distributions of vaccines. But I think, at least in Oslo, you need to go deeper down than the parish when you distribute vaccines.
Yeah, Lars, what do we do?
Yeah, one could technically develop cities in a different way, but I don't think we should. We also had extensive interviews with many of the chief planning officers in Bergen and Oslo, and they are sort of in a situation where they have developed a kind of compact city type of development over decades, based on a lot of scientific knowledge, maybe unrelated to the pandemic. But then the pandemic hits, and you're confronted with a situation of chaos. But also there are many, many different actors that try to use the pandemic as an argument to change things that they already actually wanted. For example, more spread urban development, more car-based, for example, or these types of things. So I think it's important to sort of really look at what role density plays, and from what we could see, it is not so much high density on its own, but more like the underlying inequalities, pre-existing inequalities that were problematic. And there can be very well high quality density where people have the opportunity to have access to their destinations, the things that they need in their everyday life in relatively short distance, so type of 15-minute development, without the need for long distance travel, and with that also less exposure. Also have the abilities to vent themselves, to air themselves, have quality green areas nearby on well access. And also I think actually the role of public transport and walking and cycling, walkability, cyclability, the possibilities to do that, I think, are very important, perhaps even more important when you think about this type of confinement to your home zone and to the immediate vicinities around where you live, that this is of high quality and that you're not actually become more dependent on, for example, private automobility. And we've seen actually that people that live in cities, how they answered, both in the surveys but also in the qualitative interviews, they actually were happy to live in cities. They said, like, I'm so happy I don't live isolated somewhere further away where I would be really confined to my house, but that I can still like access everything nearby. And live that life, whereas it was the ones that lived further away that were also really happy that they live further away, because I'm so happy I don't live in that center of the city in this pandemic. So it's sort of a confirmation bias there, but I also think people really have different needs, and that needs to be understood. I think in terms of the type of policy, I think we also really then need to look at what can we adapt within that building, dense, compact, etc., with introducing better quality, green, good walkability, cyclability, etc.
So the public some of the public discourse during the pandemic was that cities are harder hit because people live very close together, and so what you're saying is that's too simplistic of an explanation. Then there are good forms of density and bad forms of density, in a sense.
Yeah, no, I do realize. I think if you have a high density of activities, of course there is a higher risk of exposure. So if you compare the city with, for example, the north of Norway, you may have this. But even we've seen there were outbreaks also locally and things like that. But that might still be the case. But within cities, you don't necessarily see that. For example, the highest prevalences and rates were in the very center where densities are highest. They were, for example, also in more peripheral parts. So yeah, I think it's more about the types of underlying inequalities that when you look at the correlations with the high incidence rates.
Yeah. Lema, Sven-Erik, thoughts on this?
We need more research. I agree. I've looked into quite a lot of these studies that have been trying to tease out the so-called migrant effect and haven't been successful, but they have been trying to sort of net out exposure factors, different exposures at work, at home, underlying diseases and so on. But most of these studies haven't been able to look at all of the different types of data that you need to sort of answer this question, like coupling registered data to survey data, coupling those data to the NPI uptake and vaccine uptake and so on. It's very complicated, but there's...
Yeah. No, but we definitely need research. We need to bring the positive experiences we had from this pandemic onto future, hopefully not pandemics. I think community engagement is super important when we need to plan how to build or organize a city during a pandemic. It's important to listen to the needs out there so we can tailor the communication, the strategies, the interventions, and we need to look into how does our population look like what are the different needs here? Does everyone understand the language? Does everyone have access to these types of healthcare? And I just want to add to the point you said about living in the city. This was also what we saw for people with immigrant background. That was one of the main reasons why there were an overrepresentation in infection rates, because a lot of immigrants live in the cities. So yeah, the main thing is that we need to see all of these things together. We cannot separate one factor and say that this is the most, or like the risk factor that we need to remember the most, but socioeconomic status in correlation with migration status, living in a city, we need to see it all together, and we need to involve the population when we plan strategies.
Yeah, great. I want to see, are there any questions or reflections from the audience or experiences from other places that can be brought into the discussion?
My name is Henriette Aasen, and I am from the Faculty of Law. But I was interested a little bit. Thank you very much for a very interesting conversation. Really interesting. What about people living in the cities? Then we have particular institutions, and they are sometimes very vulnerable for the restrictions. Do you have any data on how to handle that in the future? Because we know from the last pandemic that some of these people really suffered a lot during the pandemic due to visitation restrictions. I don't know if that is about how to actually build cities, but it is also about how you organize public health measures for different groups. I'd like to hear a few words about it, if you have any.
I think that one of the experiences that I've been talking about a lot is that we experienced during this pandemic that vulnerable groups get even more vulnerable during a pandemic, right? So I think for this time, maybe even before, we started recognizing who are really vulnerable right now. I think people in institutions definitely are vulnerable. I think that we could have maybe done more for those people as well. And I think the only thing we can do moving forward is actually listen to their needs and start including all aspects of the population and see how we can tailor more communication, understanding on these groups and see what they actually need.
Great. Yeah, thanks. There's a question here in the front. Yeah, we have a microphone. Yeah.
Thank you. Very nice discussion and presentations. My name is Yali Soyaya. I'm coming from Hovel, Högskolan på Västerland. or Western Norway, Norway University of Applied Sciences. I can hear from the debate that the most thing from even the presentations today, the whole thing that comes is inequality. So that is the one thing that sticks out. And that sticks out, inequality is mostly related to immigrant population and so on. So but now in the debate, most of the discussion was about physical infrastructure, for example, transport and so on. But when we think about this exposure outcome thing, if we, for example, expose this virus to all of the people, migrants would not take it, biologically would not take it or be affected more than the others if we expose equally to all. So the difference is in exposure. They are differently exposed. So that is the cause of this pandemic is that the sufficient cause is the virus. If people do not get the virus into them, then the effect of that doesn't come. So why do those people take, partially take than the others? Because one of the problems is that people do not trust or do not understand the information, or they do not have the access to that. So what health literacy infrastructure is being taught in the cities for the future, at least, for the future pandemic prevention? How do we think of the health literacy infrastructure?
Sure. Yeah. Lema, you talked a little bit about this already, but maybe you want to elaborate on maybe some specific...
I don't know if it's the right answer to it, but at least at the Norwegian Institute of Public Health, we had a huge network of organizations that represent both voluntary sector, but also religious communities and others. And I think it's important when it comes to health literacy, language challenges, and other cultural barriers, for example, that we need to use the people out there that have legitimacy and actually trust among their communities. So for us to meet these kind of challenges, we had to use and rely a lot on these people, and it was very helpful for us as well, because that helped us back to know and understand what the barriers and challenges are. And health literacy is definitely a very important point. We cannot expect everyone to understand all the communication we have.
Yeah, anything to add?
Yeah, I can. There was several interesting studies on Sweden during COVID, and they pointed out that there's this hypothesis of migrants being selective, so a selective migrant hypothesis. So normally in Sweden, migrants overall, not necessarily all migrant groups, but overall, have a lower mortality from NCDs, non-communicable diseases. So compared to Swedes, they actually have lower mortality. But once COVID came along, it was just totally opposite, with higher mortality for migrant groups compared to Swedes. And I'm pretty sure that you're right, that this is all about this exposure factor. So once you control for non-communicable diseases and underlying comorbidities and SCS and so on, it's exposure at work in particular, but also at home that is the key. But I haven't really seen, so the only reason why I can see that the healthy migrant effect is not working towards an infectious disease is higher exposure. But here we definitely need more research too. But this is quite interesting, I would say.
Right. You have a comment on this. We have time for one more question, and there's one in the back, so I'll let you comment, and then we'll take the last question.
Very briefly, we we do work a lot also with these local community centers to do our research, for example, youth centers and things like that. And what they always stress there is whenever there is some kind of message that you need to bring across, you really need to be there where the people from the neighborhood are, talk with the people that they usually talk to, instead of letting them go to information centers or find it online or something. So have a presence very locally, exactly where people anyway meet and where they have their networks of trust. So I would really assume that is also the case for this, and this also echoes a bit what you said, to create the least possible barriers to get entry to the right information and the right resources, etc.
Yeah, sure. Final question in the back.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for talking today. My name is Leah. I do research at the Pandemic Center, and I think a lot of what was talked about today is how the pandemic involves a lot of different aspects of society, but also we can see that the pandemic might have similar effects to other crises that we're going to see in the future, such as refugee crises. And in fact, we saw that during the pandemic, there was a refugee crisis, and that some of the infrastructure for pandemics might also be useful in those scenarios. I was wondering if you had any thoughts or recommendations or ideas about research going on about how we can prepare not just for the next pandemic, but the next emergency that might require reservoirs of housing, personnel, and other resources.
Great question to wrap up. So I'll let you answer that at the same time as that sort of kind of serves as your final thoughts before we end this conversation. Lema, do you want to begin?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I don't know if I have the answer though, but I think that there's a lot of similarities across crises. Like I was saying earlier, vulnerabilities increase during crisis as well. And especially now with a lot of Ukrainian refugees in Norway, we need to understand the needs, the risk factors, the background people are coming with, the different reasons for immigrating. And we do see that during crisis, also with the climate change, that vulnerable groups are more at risk. So I'm not sure what the answer would be, but I definitely think we need to be aware about this, and we need to take this into consideration when we are planning for strategies to provide more resources when it comes to healthcare, personnel, and other things. And we definitely need the people that are providing these types of services to actually have competence on integration, migration, and vulnerabilities and socioeconomics. So for healthcare, for example, they definitely now need to maybe have more competence on the differences in our populations.
I will pretend to be a politician and give you an answer on a different question. I think I will just repeat that, yes, we saw large differences between low-income countries and high-income countries. We saw differences in disease outcomes between socioeconomic status groups, migrant communities, indigenous peoples versus non-indigenous, and so on. So I just want to repeat what I said earlier. We need to reduce social inequalities in exposure, susceptibility, and access to care and health information. That's just key before the next pandemic.
Yeah. I would like to answer another crisis, that of climate change, and I do think, and that has a lot of repercussions for also refugees and things like that. But I think also it requires strong adaptability in terms of lifestyles and sacrifices one should make and things like that in Western societies. And I think what this pandemic crisis has shown us is how adaptable we actually are, that we can overnight make drastic changes to our everyday lives with some negative consequences, but also a lot of positives that came out of it, and actually possibilities to reduce resource consumption dramatically without necessarily making a poorer everyday life. So I think there are some lessons to be learned there, how you can shift from high to lower resource consumption type of everyday lifestyles, without sacrificing too much well-being. And it's not really an answer to your question, but I felt the need to say it anyway. I think it is really striking how we can show so much adaptability in this crisis, but perhaps we have so much friction adapting to a climate crisis. It's another type of sense of urgency, and what can we learn from that difference in urgency? Both of them are extremely important. The one is just on a very different time frame.
Quick word from Andrea.
Andrea, I'm the head of administration of the Pandemic Center, and I feel that I can answer to the question on behalf of the Pandemic Center, because these crises, they all have a characteristic in common. They are wicked crises. So they are complex and they are complicated. And the answer doesn't have an answer that is permanent. So what we try to do at the Pandemic Center is that we try to create bridges between the different disciplines. And these bridges, they take a lot of time to build. And this conference is an example of that. We create bridges between different people, and these bridges can be used in different crises. So that's what we need to do. We need to talk across disciplines, across institutions, and when a crisis comes, they are different, but the bridges of interdisciplinarity can stay. And they take a lot of maintenance, because if you meet today and then you don't meet again for another 10 years, the people change. So you have to take care of these relations, and you have to network between people that have the same goal and can be put into action during a crisis. And that's what we do at the Pandemic Center. Thank you.
Great. That's a good way to end, actually. So thank you, Lema, Sven-Erik, and Lars, for making the trip and contributing to the discussion. Thank you so much. And now we get lunch.
Yes. Okay, so thank you so much for this very nice conference. And now we will have a debate with the title Changes Needed in the Post-Pandemic Dialogues. My name is Maria Alme. I come from the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences. Long and terrible name. We are in Bergen. And in this couch, we have Enea Parembelli from Italy, Francine Jensen from EMPO, and Marit Waltersvik from Bergen Municipality. And you will hear a lot more about what they do. So until now today, we have had a series of nice presentations, nice discussions on the pandemic. It has placed us in the thinking of how the pandemic has been and what we need to think of now. And key points that have arisen are the transdisciplinary actions, the preparedness for next pandemics. I have not heard it as a question if there will come a next pandemic. It is when the next pandemic comes. And also we have heard quite a lot said about the use of this preparedness and the use of the knowledge that we gain in other circumstances. We've heard about the climate crisis. We can think of the demography change that we live in. So this is relevant for a lot in our society. And what we hope is that during this discussion, we will manage to figure out, or we will come up with, what is it that we need? What is it that we want in this period where we are now? Until the talk earlier this day, I called it post-pandemic, but now I've learned that maybe it's not post-pandemic. So socially post-pandemic period. But anyway, where we are now. And how should we get there? So wish these guys good luck in figuring that out. I want to start with you, Marit, because the title here says that change is needed in the post-pandemic dialogues. What are the post-pandemic dialogues? Big question.
Very big question. Thank you for the introduction, and also thank you for this conference. The big question, what we should take with us now, I think, is what we already had started. We started in the end of the pandemic, if you can say it, it has ended. Which I think that the infectious part of it in the northern parts of the world might be said to be just a normal sort of infectious viral disease. So here we are to think, what did we learn in the end of the pandemic? And we learned quite a lot when we came to Omicron, which made a big change. In the start, we didn't know anything about Omicron, so we kept people back to their houses again and locked them down. We kept school children away from the school. This was what we did here in the northern part of the world again. And we did a lot of things that we already had looked into. Was quite, it was a severe thing for those people who were put into that situation, school children and so on. But what we learned, especially when I can take an example from Bergen community, we had a meeting every week with the people working in schools, with the working forces, different working forces, the working unions, and also with all the different political areas, all the what they call the directors, the community directors from different parts of Bergen, and we had a debate: what will this do with, if we do so and so? What will this do with the workforces? What will this do with the people who are going to sell their the traders? So we looked into it, but we were on the other hand, we still had Omicron. We didn't know, so I think we did too much there. But what we learned was the transdisciplinary way of talking, and I think this is what we should take with us now to keep up this debate about the transdisciplinary way of talking in the broader way about what what did happen in the different parts, as they already been said here, that it has something to do with looking at this pandemic. Who has been most affected? What can we do in a different way? How can we talk together beforehand? But as a doctor, I must say, in the start, we need to lock down when we don't know. So many people want to tell that we shouldn't have been locking down, but I think for a short period, before you know, you have to lock down. But in the end, and now, we must think very differently. We have a lot of knowledge now that we should take with us further on to work in a very different way, to talk together, and as Andrea said, to continue talking and make your acquaintance and keep them as good acquaintance further on and good friends. But we also need to go to the political part, and the politicians mustn't forget. As I say, they want to forget. Everybody wants to say it's over. And also politicians want to say it's over. But we need to take this over and over again and debate what happened and not forget, or else we won't learn.
Thank you. Have it changed how you work in Bergen municipality? Do you work more transdisciplinary today than...
I must say I come from a transdisciplinary way of working because I've been a GP, and you cannot help your patient if you don't think transdisciplinary. And I've also been a school doctor in many years, and I think that's where I learned to use that broad area of teachers. Everyone need to be on if you want to have a change. So I think I had it with me, but on the other hand, as a doctor, you get a very special position, and this is in a pandemic. You have this act, the Infectious Disease Act, which made the doctors very, very, very superior to do all the decisions in a way. The local doctors had a lot of what we should call it. Power, a lot of power, which they didn't want to have, but they had it by law. So I think this is something we need to go into afterwards, and I think they already are looking into that. The Infectious Disease Act is been looking into by lawyers and by those professions, but also transdisciplinary. We need to look into that act, how this formed, how we acted. So that will be very important.
And very interesting. I think we will come back to it, as you say. Enea, I want to jump over to you. You're associate professor at Pavia University.
Correct.
And within bioengineering and working a lot with data collection.
Correct.
Is that right? And you had a presentation here earlier, but maybe everyone did not see that. So can you say a little bit about what you do and then sneak over to what this can be used for? Why are you collecting all these data?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Maria, for the introduction. I'll try to be brief. Some of you have already heard this. So I'm here as a representative of our Periscope project, which was a large collaborative project with 32 partners scattered across Europe that was funded actually in early 2020 by the European Commission as as one of the 5 projects that would be well positioned to tackle the new challenge of the pandemic. And Periscope's take on this was we need to learn from what's happening, but its focus was really not on the medical side so much. So we're not looking into new drugs, vaccine developments, and the like. We're looking into non-pharmacological interventions that can help mitigate or counter the spread of the disease. But we're looking at it in an intrinsically interdisciplinary way, because we don't want to get too focused on health without considering all the other implications on mental health, youth, economy, and all that. So this is what the project is about. And my specific role there was to build this integrated, together with other partners, of course, integrated data repository, where we mostly gathered and harmonized different sources of mostly publicly available data, so no new data generation, no new study, things that are already out there, and top it off with some of our original data, especially regarding policies, so non-pharmacological interventions against COVID, and so to provide a sort of snapshot of what happened that is supposed to stay and for researchers to build on and look back retrospectively to understand what happened and what could have we improved. And there I want to come back to what Marit said before, and I agree on the politics side of it, because it was quite peculiar. It was a very interdisciplinary project, but we as the data-centric people, we felt a little bit like a service center to the policy-centric people. They would come up with questions and they were pitching to us, and we would need to answer based on data. This was their vision, right? But there was a struggle in real integration of disciplines, right? So the policymaking process didn't change much. It was just an added tool for them, but the agenda was still very politically oriented, right? Most of the people here, Marit for sure, and we come from medicine, right? We know that there are paradigms like evidence-based medicine and such that are very prevalent and proven, that are indeed data and evidence-centric, but they modify the way we conduct scientific research or treat patients, right? This unfortunately is not happening in the policy making, even the health policy making, especially when there's a response in times of distress. And I think this is a big space for improvement on both sides, because also data-centric people need to understand the process of how decisions are made and how the public reacts and all that to be good partners in this process, so that it's a communal effort to proceed.
Thank you very much. We have already then defined very clearly a need here.
Yes.
The two of you together. So how can we use all the data and kind of information to make the information into something applicable or something implementable? Yeah. Is that where we can call it from information to knowledge, if knowledge is what we can use, and health policy is one part of it, maybe?
Correct, yeah.
I think we'll have to come back to how. Can I ask also just one question? Because we talk about transdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity. Does it involve all disciplines? Or sometimes we are talking about, we are also sometimes making a bit narrow box of what is multidisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity. Are there any disciplines that are accepted here, or I mean not
accepted?
No.
Yeah. So I've seen this to a small extent, but in my experience, there's still a big divide, I think, between the quantitative and the qualitative side of research. But it's hard to disentangle the two, I think, in a scenario where it involves everyone from the single individual to the public health level, right? So it's unavoidable that data-centric people will look more like high level and meta, also for privacy reasons, right? When you start tracking very detailed information, you cannot go down to the single individual level because of privacy reasons. So we tend to aggregate and think of big groups, but then you lose some detail that is very important to some specific individuals, and that's where the qualitative part of things is important, and it should be more heard, I think. Not as anecdotal evidence, like for those, spreading this case where things went particularly wrong for their own agenda. vaccine side effects. This guy got infected. He wasn't treated right. All this, but to raise the attention also on unseen matters at the public level, right? So maybe there are some sub-communities that are particularly affected, or there's nuances in children, or these kind of things that are not really captured by these high-level monitoring indicators that we all came to know so well, right? You don't see kids struggling getting back to school after the pandemic by these numbers, right? But these are important, and I think there should be more inclusion of these aspects. But this is my personal take.
Thank you. And it brings us very nicely over to the question I have for Francine. And Francine Jensen, you work in EMPO, a leader in EMPO, which is a multicultural resource center. Is that the title?
Yes.
In Kirkens Bymission.
That's right.
Which I've forgotten the English name of. Can you first say a little bit about what you do in EMPO, for those who are not aware of EMPO? And also then say something about the changes that you have seen in EMPO after the pandemic.
We work with minority groups. We use empowerment as method and goal. So we have different groups, women's groups, for men, for young people, we have job center. We meet people where they are. We ask them, what do you need from, how can we contribute? So, we have many people from different countries. They are from Africa, they are from different places. So in lockdown, it was very difficult for them because most of them are coming from places where they are nice to be together. It was very difficult for them when we locked down, for example. It's not normal, for example, for people from Africa to be inside. We need together. We need to be together. So it was very difficult. We have seen that many of them cannot read or cannot speak Norwegian. It was very difficult. What they did, it was, for example, they were following news from other places, and it was difficult. But we have staff from different places. We need to call them all time, so that we can give them information. But it was very difficult. So now we are back in almost normal. We see that you can see that it's still difficult for many. Some groups, it's difficult to. They are comfortable to be home. It's difficult to recruit, for example, for volunteer work, and to participate to a course, for example, it's difficult because they have been home for 2 years or the whole pandemic, and they were, it was many problems. So, but we are trying to come back. It's
Thank you. And what you say is a good example, maybe, of what you said also, Nia, that there were differences in different groups, and we have heard this also before today, and we know it. But it's what you say, that the difficulties after pandemic has lasted longer for many of those that you know in EMPO.
Yes, you can see, for example, we have a group for young women. They, before the pandemic, we had a group for maybe 20 or 40, but now it is very difficult to recruit them back. They want to, they like to be digital, they follow news, and they communicate via Teams, so it's been difficult for them. But we have also some group for the others groups. It was good for them to come back because they needed to be together. They need to eat together. and it's different from group to groups. But we can see that, for example, in Cirkes Mission we are 100 employees and almost over 400 volunteers. We can see that it's been very difficult to recruit new volunteers. No, they don't want to commit to volunteer work, so they can come today but not tomorrow. It's been very difficult, but we are trying to. Maybe it will take time, but I hope it will be okay soon.
And I think this has also been seen in different sports group and things like that also. Is it the same situation in Italy? Do you know anything about the volunteer?
I don't know. Well, I do know a certain angle of volunteering because we're involved in cancer research and with patients organization. We know them quite well. We have a couple comprehensive centers for cancer care and an other therapy center with the heavy ions. So we get people from all over Europe to be treated there. And there's a strong presence of volunteers for information and, also basic support of life now with cancer or impact on relatives and caretakers and all that. So the title of this was, what was it? Post-pandemic, right? And there was a big talk about the new normal, at least in my country, and I think worldwide. But right now, I struggle a little bit to understand. Well, it looks like the new normal is no different from the old normal. For example, I know I'm getting vaccinated again. When I get my flu shot, I will also get my COVID booster. But just because I want, okay? I don't know many people that will do that, honestly, even if it's so close in time, right? Or other things have changed for the better, I would think. For example, there's a few trends that came back. For example, telehealth. It was a dying trend, at least in research, and I know about it because I've been doing it when it was not cool. It wasn't a downhill. Now it's sexy again. Because of the pandemic, we had to find solutions, and now it worked quite well. And now it's people don't want to give it back to and travel maybe many kilometers to go to their visits or follow-ups. Many people have suffered discontinued follow-ups for non-COVID related conditions because all the healthcare professionals and organizations were so busy on that, right? So your diabetological follow-ups, your cancer follow-ups, your diagnostics and preventions, all that, they were all discontinued, stopped, delayed, everything. So telemedicine was a thing, right? And it's here to stay, I think. And same thing is for flexible working, working from a distance, and all that. I think that's also, now that people have tried it, they see the benefits, and also employers are less skeptical. I don't know, here in the Nordic countries, maybe it's a little bit more accepted even before pandemic, but for us in the southern countries of Europe, concept of work is you come to a physical place and you sit on a certain chair for 8 hours. Now it's much different. So I think that's kind of part of the new normal, but other things are being sadly quickly forgotten. Because other pressing matters are pushing, but that comes back to the political agenda, I guess.
Yeah. I want to... do you also collect data on, for example, telehealth? Can you follow that, how that...
Yes.
That is, and you see that it's still at the same level?
Yes, indeed. For example, again on cancer, because I know that the domain, there are many centers that are now running virtual tumor boards, these interdisciplinary meetings of experts where they discuss the challenging cases, right? That they were stopped for a while, and now they're doing it with proper platforms where people come together and they still discuss cases, and they do this through telehealth, which enables, the top expert from anywhere to work on these, and this is to stay, and we track that. Same thing for self-monitoring, increased adoption of things like, continuous glucose monitoring with these kind of smart devices instead of your diary that then you bring to your diabetologist because maybe you won't see him for a year. And so these things are still very much happening, and I think that's there to stay.
And is this, Marit, this is one of the important points for our preparedness for next pandemic? Is it do you see it as an important
thing that we are back to the normal?
No, the digital.
The digital
literacy
that really got a really swing, or what should I call it? It's fantastic. But I also ask myself if this happens in the third world, or if this is just the Western world who's got this fantastic way of talking together and being in a meeting wherever in the world you are. Because this has helped us a lot. And this, to work transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary, this is the new normal. I mean, even in the Rådhus in Bergen, although we are sitting in different parts, we have this way of meeting. Yes. So we don't meet physically, which I think we should do a little bit more often, but it's become a sort of, you have no minutes between meetings, so you keep on going into that, which I think we should go back to meeting a little bit more.
Yes.
But it really helped us to collect a lot more different areas into a subject. So we can invite a lot of people from different parts. So I think this is really a after the pandemic. If we have an issue, you look at who would be interesting to have into this meeting, and you just invite them and then come into the screen, and we talk together. So I think this is an opportunity that we will continue use in a way of both interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary. Yes.
So we can get people that we didn't have contact with before. We can talk to. Are there someone that we lose on the way here? Is it a fear of who should we just have an extra eye on that we don't lose?
I think we lose the bottom of the system, and which I think is so important that you ask the bottom of a system, if you can call it a bottom.
Let's call it the base.
The base, yes, not the bottom, the base. Because when we looked into the pandemic, it was the ones who were suffering, they were in the base, and they had their story. But I don't think we have heard that story yet, and we haven't heard their story afterwards, because they are not asked afterwards either, and they don't use these instruments that we use for talking, like the telemedical way of talking, and also that we think they have a representative in some of these groups who are their interest organizations, but they are not. And we lose their story, which could tell us much more a way we should do this the next time. If you look into the elderly, the nursing homes, I think this is a very good example. You have people there who have experienced terrible things. Really, to be an ordinary nursing home inhabitant, or what should I call it, living there. They come from the war period in Norway, and they come from other things, but they also had a very quiet period and have had a good time, in the way you can call it a good time to being in a nursing home, but they had a good time. And then something happens that they have not been able to talk about. They've seen their next door neighbor dead. They've seen that all the people they used to talk to have masks and a visor and everything, but they are not been able to. We haven't asked them afterwards. We haven't interviewed them. I don't think there has been a lot of interview, and some of them don't have a language. They don't have the speech are able to talk about it. So I think it's a forgotten area. The same I think about pupils, the school children. They go on. We think they go on, and youth do that. Young people do that. They go on, but they do have something in their part. We should not necessarily take it up again, because as we say, when they go on, they go on. But if you look at the university now, they had really big problems. I think they failed. I think more than 50% failed at the economic school in Bergen the first year, and this has something to do with these children being home for 2 years. This is Norway, but what about the rest of Europe and the youth? And I think we will see this in 10 years from now, 10 to 20 years. There is something that has happened during the pandemic that we don't see today, and we should have had a follow-up. I think it would be very interesting to have a follow-up study, because there is a lot of money into looking into the pandemic when the pandemic was, and I think this money will be there still, but in some years from now there won't be any money, so some need to go into this now and have a follow-up study, both at the nursing home and at the children. There's a lot of different who have suffered, and working forces that had to go to work. We have a lot of working forces that had to go to work, although it was a pandemic going on out there. Yes. And others of us, we could stay at home. Yeah.
It was a very clear reminder this morning with the video. I had not forgotten, but it wasn't so fresh in my mind. So it was.
And even this was the situation in Norway in the beginning. There was a lack of out in the nursing homes. They didn't have anything to help them. So I think we should look into that again and see what happened and follow this for a time. Yeah.
And Francine, you were in close contact, as you said. You were in close contact with the I don't know, the users of EMPO or the volunteers of EMPO. So you got some of those stories, maybe.
In the pandemic, I was working at NAV, and I remember the first week, it was very difficult. I tried to help someone to log into NAV. It was almost impossible. I used the whole day to... we have to remember that they are not everyone who can use a computer or who has email address. They need someone to... they need to meet some people. So it was very difficult, and I think that it's very important they get skills so that they can meet, they can be better. They can do, they can, how can I say, it can be better for the next pandemic, for example. So we have many people who cannot read or write, so it can be difficult also to use computer when you cannot read and write. So we have to meet people where they are. I think that it's not good or time to use digital things. It's a problem, but for me it's very nice. I can work from home or can talk with people, but they are a group who it can be difficult for some groups. So other things for students, I think that we need contact with people. You cannot make close friends via Teams, for example. So I think it's digital things have both negative and positive sides.
But building, of course, the literacy. We have talked about health literacy, but also digital literacy, and whose responsibility is it to ensure that we have the competence and capabilities in the society that we need to have? And is that a point where we need to be a lot closer in collaboration? For example, if you see that there's a competence lack, who can you ask for support in building such competence? I think that is one question that is maybe important to ask. And I come from higher education, and of course we in the higher education is the, how can I say it, the opposite in the conjuncture of the society. So there were a lot of students during the pandemic, but And now there are less students, and there were quite many who did very well during the pandemics, but they were not so satisfied. But of course, what we need to ask also is, are we building the competence that are needed out in the society? And can the educational system be a bigger support in for example, in building necessary competence in a very diverse group of the people? Maybe not a clear question, but what kind of, you have said one thing about digital literacy, but what is our competence need, would you say, for the next round? I don't know if I can start with you if you have some nodding.
So, yeah, I agree that having the right skills would be more important than having the right tools in place in the first next time this kind of emergencies present. Of course, higher education cannot be the one and only answer. It is important. Luckily, in our part of the world, highly skilled, highly trained people are increasing in percentage. Even though in Italy, where I come from, we're still at the bottom. We can say the bottom here this time, in Europe at least. I've seen also the other face of the medal. I've been to Canada working for 3 years, and that's one of the most highly educated population in the world. But this doesn't mean that, you know, it's not a straightforward measure of competence, and especially of competence that one would need in such turbulent times. A lot also comes with you know, social support. Many people don't know who to ask. They don't know that there are groups in place, that there is institutional support. Maybe they don't even know the right institution to go to. Of course, when they lack the support of their close family and closest group, that's also an issue, because now they're, you know, you've talked about African people needing to be together, right? And now this is taken away from them. This also is an important hindering to the ability of these people to cope, but of the ability not only of these people, but of us as a society, right? So I think we need, if you ask what are the skills that the things we need to have next time to do better, this is a tricky question, but I would say one of the important things would be ability to tell apart good information from bad information, because that can go a long way, in my opinion. And this is across all groups, right? So you'll have children influenced by what their parents think, right? It's not the decision of the child, what treatment to get, or if to abide to wearing a mask or not in public spaces. This will go to underrepresented communities, migrants and such, that we need to know who to listen to, and how to modify their behavior to do the best for their own community, for themselves, and for the ones that are close to them. So this kind of, I think, of guidance of where to look is an important thing that I think was lacking this time around, and it had quite evident consequences, I would say. Again, I think we've learned some lessons, like some institutions have been more visible, like the WHO, and so many people didn't even know what the WHO was, right? Nowadays, it would be difficult after all the exposure to the media and such. But yes, and then people need to know that there are equivalent, reputable bodies also on the local scale, and that are close to them, that they can relate to, right? But without being swerved away from all the mess that is happening around them. This, I think, it's a critical skill that we should build at the larger scale.
And you say that we have become a little bit better. Hopefully,
maybe
we are.
Hopefully,
but probably we have also a way to go there. And I was thinking, Francine, is this one of the collaborating spots that we should think of. You work a lot with the volunteer sector, and I was thinking of when you said that as from your perspective, the volunteer work has been reduced a bit after the pandemic. It has not come back to what it was. And what do we lose if we lose the volunteer sector in our societies? That was not a clear question, maybe, but
I think that it's very important questions. We lose a lot of things, benefits, opportunities, because they do a lot of good work. For example, as I said, in Shirikats Mission we have 400 and we are only 100. We cannot provide all the services without them. So they are superheroes. So we need them. So it's very important that they are coming back. We need them because we have many people are coming to us. They need us. They only, for example, NAV or government cannot help them alone. An organization like Shirikats Mission is a supplement, so we do a lot of things, and I think that volunteers are doing a lot of good job. We need them, and I think that what is very important, what we lose is I have both experience from NAV and Shirikats Mission. I can see that it's very easy. It's easy for people to come to us in Shirikats Mission than go to NAV, because they not need to come to us. They come to us because they want. They know that they can get support they need. So I think it's we need volunteer work. Yes.
Can we say that one of the target points we can say is the collaborative action between educational or school institutions, health sector, and volunteer organizations to build this competence that we need in a very broad range. Some groups in the society gets the information anyway and manage to orient, but to ensure that we have a broad knowledge. Martti, I want to just pick up on what you talked about with policy and the decision lines. Can you say anything about the kind of relation between competence and decision lines? It was a hard one too. But does it affect the decisions, whether the public in general have a high or a low competence in the matter that is?
I think to understand the message that are given, that has something to do with competence, and but the politicians' political decisions are sometimes very hard to understand, because it doesn't always rely on competence. It's very often influenced by one person having a meaning, and this can be very confusing. This is not about the pandemic. This is generally. But also during the pandemic, I think, as Preben is here, and the National Institute of Health, which he represents, is obviously he has discovered, or he has experienced this, that they may come with some really with competence, but the political decisions are not taking that into account. And I think if you then go out to the public and you should have a message or you should communicate, this is very difficult. And we should not draw this debate back to the pandemic period, but we need to, because the law, the act changes 365 times. The local prescriptions were 960 different local acts. And for everyone to understand this, we don't. No. And then I think what we need to look into now is how to communicate and who should communicate and what should be communicated. And when you talk about education will help, I think education will help, but that might, the gap will be broader with more literacy on one hand, but a lot of, not a lot, but the illiterates will really suffer again. So we will have a bigger gap. What I think we need is to take all this thing we know now. I heard that WHO working on a sort of artificial intelligence that can translate things that are said in all different languages. And Norwegian was very difficult because it's such a little language. So the translation to Norwegian is very. We are not there. But all the big languages are now quite good, and I think this is something that we need to go into further. That if we want to, we need to communicate, but we need to communicate. First, we need to agree what should be communicated, and then we need to be. I think that the politicians need to be held a little bit responsible for how they communicate, and also we need to use the knowledge that we need to rely on the knowledge that, for instance, the National Public Institute do have. They are the ones, and we are so happy to have you. You know that. We are very afraid that something is happening now with the economic. So I think that's very important. And then they need to talk with one voice, because there was a diversity all the time. And if you are there not knowing what to do, and you hear something there, and there is a newspaper quoting that, but the other newspaper is quoting some others, you're really confused. So I think the people who do the communication during a pandemic need to sit down now and see how did we communicate and what can we do different, because we need to do something different next time.
Good and clear message there. and
very well put, if I
yes.
think.
And I think also it's very important to have diverse communications, and not only newspaper or one political. We need to think. For example, we have seen that community leaders have done a lot of good work. They can be understood because not everybody are reading Bete or Bege. So we need to have communication one-to-one to understand, so that everybody can understand. And we need to use the language they can understand, not only political.
It needs to be a part of a communication plan.
Yes.
All these things. Also what you say, some communication need to be one-to-one.
And in different languages. For example, it was I was working at NAV at that time, and I had a lot of questions, and I didn't understand. For me, it was difficult to read everywhere to understand what was right. So I decided to create a comic book so that I could provide information with comic book, and it was better because it's. For example, when I was a kid, it was very easy to understand by watching an illustration. So it worked very well. So we don't need, not everybody can read a long text. We need to communicate what is very important. So.
And as you also said earlier, that many are looking at the news and reading from their own
TikTok videos.
And also it's probably important to have some kind of overview of how are things communicated other places also.
That's why volunteer sector is very important, because we had to use everyone so they can call everybody. So they have done a lot of good work.
Time is soon, and I will soon ask if anyone has a question, so we can start thinking of it now. I will ask them one question first. How can we be better in working transdisciplinary? It's a part of the title here, I think. How and there's a complexity, as has been said many times today. How can we understand that complexity together and work more transdisciplinary? You said that you already do, but I can start and then go this way. How,
of course.
So we are a bit better tomorrow than we are today.
Yeah, I hope. So one thing, and I will speak for my own community. I'm in engineering, and you know, there's a lot. I try to do this in my teaching as well, because I also teach in higher education, as you do. But there are certain bunch of people, like engineers, and we're kind of, oh, I can do this kind of people, right? So they think they have the answer. And we tend to value our skills very much and to regard other skills that are different, not less, but different from what we can do very well, less respectfully. Let's put it this way. I think this needs to change. Yes. I know I can build a beautiful mathematical model that will forecast this and that tomorrow. But if I'm not able to communicate what this model is saying to the people that are subject to this decision, it can be the most elegant exercise, but it will just fail. I can write, maybe I can, if my interest is in academic papers, I will write an elegant paper that will go to Science or Nature or Proceedings of the Natural Science Academy, but it will end there. So if we're talking about impact, I think respecting different skill sets and recognizing how we can mutually benefit from one another is a big step, and it will help a great deal. Also, especially the things that are far away from us. I've seen fantastic artistic efforts during the pandemic. You've talked about creating a comic book. I couldn't do that, but I can see it's really important for some of the work also that I do. If I can turn my fantastic mathematical model output into something like this, and now I have reach on different people, but I need someone else with a different set of skills to help me out. And probably they need me for doing the quantitative bits, right? So if this kind of culture of respecting different type of skills and trying to, you know, understand what they can bring as an added value to what one single person does. Of course, it's very hard to be interdisciplinary as an individual, right? Either you go for breadth or for depth. If you want to be very deep, it's usually that you're focused on a certain area. If you want to go very broad, then it will probably stay rather shallow in some areas, right? So we do need a deep understanding, but across. And how we do this, I think we need to multiply the number of people involved so they can be both deep and wide. But this is my take.
It sounds reasonable. Francine, do you want to add?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that we can also value language competence because we have seen that even if you don't speak Norwegian or English, maybe you can speak Arabic. It's a very important language, and you can help in the pandemic or other crises. So I think that we have to remember that, every resource is important.
Agree. Point. Mart, do you want to add?
I think to be a little bit humble. What is your area? What is your knowledge? And where can you collect other knowledge? I think that's what the pandemic has taught us all. That we have a limited knowledge. Into my field, it's a limited knowledge, and we need to have all the other knowledges with us if we are going to change something. So I think this is what we have learned, and I think we already are there, but we can very easily go back to where we were. So we need to be reminded of that. Yes, every day.
Every day. And I remember Andrea said in the previous debate the work that it takes to keep these contacts. And I think you had a hand, did you?
Yes,
for a question.
Reflection and a question. The reflection is about the dilemma on who has the right to speak in a crisis. And you were saying that you don't want to confuse the public, but at the same time you want to have a plurality of opinions. So it's really much a dilemma, because you want also the interdisciplinarity. So Then the question becomes, if you want to limit the opinion of people, then who has the right to speak? Is only epidemiologist? Is only Preben? So it becomes really difficult. And then I wanted to connect to Enea's comment about the danger of misinformation, because I think now in crisis we have a very big challenge, and it is that social media and the way the people is used to consume information is very binary. It's either black or it's white, while complexity, it is difficult to express through this binary way of talking. So that's a big challenge for science. So how do we, as scientists and academia, how do we bridge that gap? I remember Preben in 2021, he had the most tweeted tweet in Norway, which was, and that was the pandemic. And then it raised the conversation about, was the pandemic over? That might be
good
the way.
Communication, right? From an epidemiologist,
Norway, right? The most tweeted tweet in Norway. So the question for you is, how can academia and science change the way of dialoguing with the general public in a way that it can be understood? Because the big risk is that then that space might be taken by those that misspread information. Thank you.
Was the question for me? I can take a first stab, but if anybody wants to. Yeah, I think you're right. It's a challenging one. And I think the most challenging thing, but also most effective, would be to be able to make description of complexity simple. Creating simple things, it's one of the hardest things that I know, especially when there's underlying complexity. But if you transfer most of this complexity out to someone that is not well equipped to take it in and to it just creates confusion, because people in these uncertain times, they want the certainty. And this is, I think, why a part of the reasons why you see this black and white kind of behavior, right? You're either pro-vax or anti-vax, right? I know many people that didn't take the vaccine, but they had the very good reasons. But you either go in one bucket or the other. If you didn't get it, it's because you're a bad person or something, right? Maybe they had some underlying medical condition. Maybe they didn't want to take it, but they took it because their relative had cancer and such, okay? It's a lot of complexity, but when you boil it down to these binary decisions, I'm not a big fan of generalization, as you can tell. So the mission for science, I think, would be to scale down the take-home message to simple things. I think this would help. And it's not about speaking with one voice. I think everybody should be heard. But again, when you leave uncertainty, you give a window of exploitation to someone that has, malicious intentions for their own agenda, personal interest, power, whatever it is. So yeah, I don't have a definite answer, but I would recommend simplicity.
But I think during a pandemic, it is very difficult to say, to say and to accept someone on the television saying, on one side, you need to vaccinate. But of course, if you don't like it, you don't need to. I mean, this will be quite difficult. And this is the problem, because you want to be, as you say, you want to understand some people who don't want to be vaccinated. And I don't think we need to victim blame them. Mm-hmm. That's very important. But the message is that the more of us who got vaccinated helped all the others. This is what vaccination is about. Mm-hmm. So the problem is who should be the speaker in those messages that need to come out quite loud and clear. This is really a problem because we wanted the National Health Institute to come out, but it was the politicians who took the message out. And of course, they think afterwards that they did a good thing, yes. But I hope they all will reflect on how they inform, because I think we are very, in Norway, we are very self-confident. So I hope they will, because could this be done in a different way? And on the other hand, also be understood. And I think then you need to have some people who are doing studies on the communication need to come in to look at the communication during the pandemic. And I'm not sure if there's been a study going on for that, but I think we are really need it. So, but some things need to be said loud and clear, because if you get this sort of on the one side, but on the other side, that will really can be quite difficult to take in.
Since it's 2:02, I guess we will be kicked out soon. So it's nice to end with a dilemma, an unsolved dilemma. I think that is a nice
Didn't
open
we have
ending.
enough dilemmas during these last?
Thank you so much to this very nice panel.
Thank you.
And let's continue discussions.
There is coffee, and you can look at the posters in the canteen where you had lunch.
We are going to continue now with this final assignment for the students of the Learning from the Pandemic course. We have 2 groups left, and again, this is the keyword code for voting. So you can please scan the code, and then we are going to listen to group 4, then you vote, and finally group 5, and the final vote. So we're starting 3 minutes with group 4, Katab and Kenan. You can come here in the middle. Are you?
Just a second, they're almost finished. Okay.
Okay, you're going to start.
The COVID pandemic has highlighted the importance of public health policies and the need for continuous learning to prepare for future health emergencies. Government has a duty to provide timely, appropriate medical care, which is based on international human rights laws. However, the pandemic has made accessibility to healthcare more difficult, affecting vulnerable populations, marginalized communities, and people with disabilities, and thereby creating inequality. International regulations governing healthcare in pandemic situations have not been strictly followed, with disadvantaged populations such as the elderly and refugees being especially affected. The establishment of COVID regulations was especially difficult for refugees, who were already facing poor living conditions in multiple countries. Inadequate communication and lack of trust to local authorities led to disparities in COVID-19 cases among refugees compared to local populations. The elderly were also vulnerable, as guidelines and information were frequently updated online, making them difficult to access by the elderly, and that made some of them basically out of reach to health services. So what did we learn from the pandemic? We learned that there is a need for governments, organizations, and communities to consider the needs of all people, especially those who are vulnerable, when they are responding to the pandemic. These lessons should act as a cornerstone for creating a better, prepared, and resilient world.
Yes. I want to talk a little bit about the importance of the media in the pandemic. As mentioned earlier today, along the pandemic, there was an infodemic going, and that was a really big problem. From my personal experience, I had many friends who had believed on like conspiracy theories that was completely wrong, but they were not informed. So I think we should invest in information campaigns. That's really important, because I think, like, from my personal view, I'm not from Norway. My parents are from Yemen. They speak Arabic, and they also had some problems with understanding much of the information. So I think maybe we should invest in like making ads in different languages like Arabic and Spanish and all kind of languages that will help inform people. I think that's really important. Thank you.
Now, please, can you vote? And then we are going to the next group, group 5. Yes, a couple of seconds to vote. And group 5 is Mustafa, Ala, and Masood.
Hi, everybody. I know that is the last group that we want to present. Sure. We have 3 minutes only. And I think the first time when I have been heard that we have 3 minutes, I think if even COVID virus itself could hear that he has 3 minutes to talk, it could just freak out as well. And then, but we have this pandemic where that was 4 and 5 million people died. Lots of our friends maybe have passed away as well. Then I think 20 seconds we can just be silent for the respect of those ones. Yeah. COVID-19 was not a black swan that we were like to be completely surprised of it. Absolutely. We have had a Spanish flu 1918 with a similar characteristics. And then pandemic misery index, which was combination of unemployment and mortality rate, unfortunately among the countries where they were like they were having been more affected compared to all the other countries, where that it was a surprise. And then it's the healthcare system for the next pandemic must have a better plan to differentiate acute and chronic diseases, definitely, to not just forget about all the ones that they had cancers and lots of chronic diseases, to just go and treat the one that they had COVID, and lots of people maybe died because of that. And I think the hospitals, and care system must be more prepared of it for the next pandemic. And also for the people as well, they must be having, I think, not only one plan, they have to have a plan B as well for their life, because there are lots of jobs they have lost and all these kind of things. They must really have something like as in their mind for preparation for the next pandemic, which might be even more serious than this time. And then infodemic, which definitely also was a very big problem. The governments, they have to have a plan for that, in order for the people in every part of the country to get the right information, not by just, misinformation or disinformation things to be the problem, the big problem. As well, also the countries and the organizations, and every organization that must be more ready to be more agile and flexible for making rapid decisions and fast, decision. And emergency management as well is very important. The country must be ready for this type of decision that they're going to make. I think this was just, something that we have learned. Thank you so much.
Yes, this is the final votes, and then we will have the results at the end, right? Later, a couple of hours.
The next. Thank you very much to all of you for voting, and I'm inviting the panel to come and take place now. So we are going to the last part of the day. If I may have some, can I sit here? So, yeah. With me, I have the panelists that you can see up there. And the idea is to go to a little bit what are the real difficult issues, but seen from a little bit above or a different perspective. We are going to have a view from the European Commission through Sidi Hauge, who is with us here today, policy officer at DJ Hera. You might explain what it is afterwards. We have also with us Ela Kapsa, I never can pronounce. Czapka, from the University of Gdansk in Poland. And we have a little different perspective from the veterinary world, from Hirre Kaustrud, who is with us all the way from Oslo, or East Norway, whatever. Okay, so the idea is to discuss this from a different perspective, and the question that I have posed the three members of the panel is, what are the difficult lessons that we know we have to learn, but that are not very easy to implement? And what is happening around there to make this happen? So I will start with you, Sidi. You might want to explain shortly where you work, and then, please.
So thank you for the invitation, Esperanza. I work for the European Commission, DJ Hera, which stands for, I'll try to remember, Health, Emergency Preparedness Response Authority. Yes, HERA, which is, so I'm a seconded national expert, as it's called. So I'm paid by the Norwegian government to work for the Commission. And the Commission Since we are not a member, a lot of Norwegians don't know exactly what the Commission is, but it's more or less the ministry part of the European Union. So we are politically governed, and then there's a lot of technical experts and lawyers and economists working to implement the politics of the European Union. So I don't represent today the Commission. I represent myself because I don't think I can represent the whole, as we are not a member state. But yeah, so DG Hera is the newest Director General in the Commission. It was started 2 years ago in order to procure the COVID vaccines, which is pretty much one of our core activities today as well. And we do, and our core mandate is to provide access to the European Union for medical countermeasures, and that is medicines, vaccines, antivirals, diagnostics, whatever is needed in a pandemic or an epidemic. So that's our core mandate, but we also have a lot of funding in Horizon Europe and EU for Health. So we also do research and provide funding for research in order to develop products that also can be used in a crisis situation. So it's interesting to see the system from inside and how a big organizations like this handles the aftermath of a pandemic. And I have split my points into 3, which is procurement preparedness, and legal and coordination preparedness, and research preparedness. So the procurement preparedness is very hands-on work that we are doing at the moment. We are trying to support the EU access to medicines, and one of the large vulnerabilities seen in the pandemic was that a lot of the products we depend on are not produced in Europe. So we might have not get access to the production because of border closures during a pandemic. So this is a part of the whole vulnerability that the European Union is working on. It's not only for medicines, it's also for a lot of other products. So we are definitely trying to source money into development of products, and we have one of the things we have done is to develop something called EU FAB, which is we pay the pharmaceutical companies to provide kind of a hot capacity for production of vaccines. So if there is a new pandemic or an epidemic and we need the vaccines, then we have already bought some capacity for vaccination. And I think one of the shocks to Norwegian government in the pandemic is that it wasn't possible to solve this problem with money, because Norway's always solved all the problems in the world with just throwing some money on it and then we fix it. But in the pandemic, this was not an option because there was nothing to buy, and everybody wanted to buy the little that was available. So both development of products and procurement we are working on. And then I mentioned legal and coordination preparedness, because it's obviously that a single country cannot handle a pandemic on its own. We are totally dependent on other countries, and we are influenced by what other countries are doing. So I believe that a proper legal base to regulate actions within a country and between countries is crucial. And this should be done in peacetime. Because we know that when something happens, politicians get nervous and frantic, and they want to implement measures that are maybe not scientifically based. So we should have a legal base to guide us in a pandemic. And we saw that the Norwegian Infectious Disease Act was very important to have in the pandemic, because it was guiding how far we could go in a pandemic. I think what we saw in the pandemic was, I heard the dean say that it took us off guard, this pandemic, and it did. Not exactly the emerging of a new pandemic, because as the last group said as well, we knew the pandemic was coming. We just didn't know what it was and when it would be. But what took us off guard was the non-pharmaceutical interventions, the magnitude of these interventions and the worldwide implementations of them. I've been working with preparedness all my life, and I couldn't imagine that we would do what we actually did in this pandemic. And interestingly enough, because in EU now we are working a lot on the regulations for cross-border health threats, but there are nobody's working on any regulations for non-pharmaceutical interventions. Nobody wants to touch that. So I think it's an area that we will meet again, and it's also a very tricky area, as one of the poster presentations said, that doing research on non-pharmaceutical intervention is really, really hard. It's really, really hard in a non-pandemic situation, because measuring people's behavior in different contexts, in different groups, is so hard to see a real effect. But doing it in a pandemic is it's enormously difficult. So that leads me into the last preparedness, which and research preparedness, which it's not really a concept that we talk about, but it's obviously that scientists need to be prepared for a new pandemic as well. And today you are all part of this knowledge base for today's pandemic, and I hope the next pandemic will come with you people still in the game, because then at least you will have some knowledge to bring into the next pandemic. But we also have to be aware that the next pandemic could be so far ahead that everything is forgotten, and we have to start all over again. And I think that's the challenge, is that all epidemics and all pandemics have their own mark to it, and they're all individual, and the last the preparedness we have made for the last pandemic, well, it will be different next time. So it's also hard to take advantage of some of the research that has been done on the previous pandemic, because it has to be done all over again. So I also believe in preparing for science, and have a system for that in place, that we can roll out immediately.
Well, thank you very much for this first input. Definitely very many important issues. We are going to take over afterwards, but now I want to ask you, Ella. You have lived in Norway, you have lived in Poland, you were in the middle of the two things. What is your experience that you want to share with us today?
Thank you, Esperanza. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. I'm a sociologist, so at the moment I work at the University of Gdańsk, and when the pandemic started, I lived in Norway, as Esperanza said, and we were implementing a study on migrants' access to information on COVID-19, among other issues. And now in Poland, I'm also implementing a study on migrants' access to information on vaccines, and I collaborate with Esperanza and the Pandemic Center. Since I represent Poland here, I will tell you a little bit about how Poland managed the pandemic and what lessons we learned and hopefully not forgot, but we will see. First of all, we learned that pandemic cannot be politicized, because in Poland we have this polarized democracy, and with very deep social-political divisions in the society. It means that a large part of the society perceived government's activities as an attack on their freedom. So they didn't really want to wear a mask. They didn't want to do that because they didn't like the government. And it was scary. I was frightened when I moved to Poland. It was like a different planet. And then I will come to another issue, because the pandemic actually revealed all the weaknesses of the Polish state. And one of those weaknesses, the most important one, was trust, lack of trust. The society didn't trust the government. We still don't. And in the past, because we were a communist country, we had all the reasons in the world not to trust the government. That's what we learned. And Polish government, because of the politicization of pandemic, they played with the numbers. They manipulated with the Polish society with the numbers. For example, we had presidential elections during pandemic. And the government told us that it's okay to vote. There's no danger, you can go, you can vote, everything will be okay, the pandemic is under control. So people were not stupid. They didn't believe it. How come that 2 weeks ago, it was not under control, and now we can go and vote? So that was one of the weaknesses of our state. And the other lesson I think we learned is that we need transparent and better communication policy. Because the government is not very good, the Polish government, in disseminating the information. And again, people needed information. They also needed, the science research. They had no access to information on COVID-19. So they didn't really trust all the measures introduced by the government. And another thing is our healthcare system, because the pandemic put a strain on the healthcare system. So we needed more resources. And I think that when it comes to healthcare system and the whole infrastructure, that we are doing better now, that the government understood the lesson. But I think that trust was the most important. And this is not the thing you can change within a week, within a year. It will take some time, maybe 1, maybe 2 generations. So when it comes to trust, I'm more pessimistic. But hopefully we will have a new government soon, in 2-3 months, and that can be a good start. But I want to say something positive, because I think that as a society we learned that we can survive that war. Because in Poland, when we have enemy, then we become we act as one. We become very coherent. So in this election, 2 weeks ago, 75% of people voted. And I think this is actually a nice result. And I think the pandemic was one of the reasons that we feel the power, that we can act as one, as I said. So this is really positive.
Okay. Thank you very much for a very different aspect. Now we're going to change the field in a way, although it's all interconnected. So I have asked you a little bit more about what should we be learning from the pandemic, but also thinking about ecology and food and apparently completely different issues, although they might not be completely different.
Thank you. No, I don't think they're as different at all, and I might not even be answering your question that much because it's so hard to not start to think about all the stuff that's been said here today.
Please, this is what
so
we
I might go completely off topic.
If it's completely, I will stop you. But okay.
Just we had
as you wish.
Thank you. I was saying that we had a communist government where we knew we didn't trust them, and I mean that made me also just start reflecting on the other people I know who do not trust their government. For instance, an old American friend of mine who has an even older uncle who is old enough to have fought in the Vietnam War. Mm. And during the height of the pandemic, this friend sort of called me up and went, I needed to speak to my uncle. He has colds, he has this and that, and he does not want to get any sort of vaccines because he does not trust them. Can you please talk to him? And I went, I'm a biologist. I'm not even a veterinarian. I'm a biologist. Why would he trust me? I'm not even a doctor. And I said, no, not because you're a biologist, but because you have been an army medic. And I said, the fuck has that got to do with anything? Because when I was an army, first, it's 10 years since I saw a uniform. And secondly, when I did, I could plug holes with duct tape. I didn't know anything about viruses. So surely that competence is completely irrelevant to this case. And he went, no, but that's fine. That means you have been doc. He does remember his squad doc. Doc is not the man. You can trust doc. So if whatever you want, dude. So I went over and sure enough, the student, I should take my vaccine. Okay, doc. And he went and had his vaccines. And I think it sort of points to something generalizable about the human monkey, because what I am is an evolutionary biologist, really, sort of at heart. And how we talk about here, one of the other presentations was about the dugnad. And I think it also points to how pulling together, and how fond everyone is using sort of the war against the virus as a metaphor, because, well, an outside enemy is sort of what brings the human monkey together with their in-group, and we know this without sort of having to be told it, really, and everyone just grabs the sort of the good metaphors. But we also know that collaboration that breaks down when we see that some people don't follow it, and we see that. I think one of the reasons why we could sort of draw to the concept of dugnad in Norway is that we have a sort of tradition for being fairly egalitarian. We have fairly accessible politicians. I mean, if I want to call up some of them, I can mostly find them. It's not that disconnected. My friend in the US, for instance, he wouldn't, senator wouldn't talk to him, and he wouldn't know him, and he wouldn't trust him if he did meet him. And there is probably some sort of difference, but some sort of trajectory for socioeconomical stratification, or to put it in human terms, just the social and economic inequality you can have before you stop trusting that the man actually is on your team. I mean, if the bank is willing to take your house, and the man from the bank is wearing a suit, how likely are you really to trust that the other man in a suit is on your side when he asks you to take a vaccination?
Although I agree with you, I think I'm going to take you back to your question.
Yes, but yeah, and then that's of course that's the sort of democratic side of it. The other side is the ecological. But I mean, I was trying to eventually work up to these two things being two sides of the same coin, but I can speedrun that and say, well, of course, the other main thing we have learned is that there's a lot of stuff we don't know yet. I mean, we're getting really good at researching vaccines a lot faster than we did earlier. I mean, as was pointed out, there was like 100 years between Jenner sort of started vaccinations and we sort of got used on a mass scale. A couple of years ago, we measured in weeks and months. So things are definitely happening, but we also are finding out that we're the greatest threats of emerging infectious diseases are from the places where, not necessarily the places with the greatest biodiversity, because but places where biodiversity is being destroyed at the greatest rate. That seems to be the sort of the key issue. It's not that we have to be afraid of biodiversity, but the moment we are poking at that biodiversity, and we are getting that rapid change of ecosystem in contact with our food systems, because it's in many cases it's a question of the spread of agriculture into areas where it hasn't previously been, especially intensive agriculture. For instance, it doesn't have to be pandemics, but just because most diseases are local outbreaks, but that's obviously that's bad enough, and some of them go on to be pandemics. But yeah, a lot of the greatest killers that we don't talk about are localized or epidemics, because they're there all the time. And when you and there is no easy way around that, because you can't just tell people, no, you're supposed to starve. You cannot take your pigs to start. You can't clear out that patch of forest and start bringing your pigs in there, because that might bring them in contact with bats, and then we have a new outbreak of the Nipah virus or something. You can't tell people that. I mean, or at least not if you want to sort of be hope that they're going to listen to you. You have to have something else to offer if you're going to tell people not to start grazing their cattle in an area where that used to be forest a few months ago. Or if you want to tell someone to not go hunt bushmeat, you can have all the information campaigns in the world. People still got to eat. So, I mean, they will hunt the bushmeat.
Is there anything being done in this direction? Because we might not have thought that this is relevant for us, but it is.
It is.
So is there any movement there? Is there anything happening that you are aware of to try to solve these impossible problems in a way?
Yes and no. My impression is it's a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, this, as everyone else has pointed out, this isn't news. We have I'm giving driving lessons to the kid. I was writing my first article about how the next pandemic is coming from this sort of thing. Everyone has been knowing, it's been said that every disaster movie starts with an ignored scientist, and we have been trying to say these things for quite some time, and so I would say that the good thing is there's a good lot of more awareness. You can. It helps when you have a case to point, well, we told you so, this is what happens. And also, by the way, the COVID pandemic had economic impact too. So you can sort of, it's useful to have that as a measure for those who don't want to listen to the human impact.
Okay. I would like to put some of the things that you have, because you were talking about this to be production of products and try to be a little more, in a way you were talking about buying local capacity, but also it's been a lot about producing own food in the different places, because at a given point it was difficult to move food from one place to another. And you are talking also about food in a completely different way. So I'm wondering, when the European Commission or when Europe looks at these things, are these other issues about food in the world taken into account in any way? Are things related to each other?
Well, definitely when it comes to keep borders open as a measure in the pandemic, I think it was quite clear that there were several obstacles during the pandemic to transport both food and medicines and other necessities across the borders. Where I work, we don't discuss food safety as it's not part of our mandate. But I'm sure other parts of the Commission deals with that. But I think when it comes to production capacity of medicines and many other products that we depend on in our daily lives is and not only for epidemics and pandemics, but also critical medicines like insulin for other diseases, which is not necessarily produced in Europe. We are totally dependent on, and we also saw already now as a long-term or mid-term consequence of the pandemic that we saw a lot of offspring of respiratory disease, which again caused a shortage of antibiotics because a lot of countries still use too much antibiotics when also for viral disease. So, and in terms of the whole spectrum of medical countermeasures, we have to look and really identify our vulnerabilities. And then you have the protectionist aspect of that again, because then the European Union, of course, becomes one bubble, and the rest of the world, or the third countries, as we call them, is out of the bubble. So I mean, this probably also goes for food, of course. Yeah.
Because Ella, you talked about politicization of problems, or as a big issue, the first thing you wanted to point out. But it's very clear that everything we have been talking about today is sooner or later comes to politics and to the legal part of it, and and you have been also talking about this research preparedness. So do you have any ideas also after being here today of in which way could we as a research body, or I don't know if we are all from research, but could we advance in a way? So what could be the implementable issues that for each of you could see in, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, what could happen, what should happen, which is possible, that could improve the situation? Who wants to start?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that after a pandemic or a crisis, everybody wants go back to normal, of course. And that also goes for the Ministry of Finance. So I think we have to hurry up because the window is closing. And it's already closed a lot of places on the national budgets. And on the global and international sphere, there's still a lot of funding floating around and still a lot of calls to be made. But and in the European Union, we have a 5-year budget. So after this cyclus of money, I don't know what will happen. So, I mean, it's like when there is somebody say you shouldn't waste a crisis. So you should, when the crisis is happening, you really have to quickly implement some changes and some improvements that will keep and be kept also after the pandemic. So that's one thing. But I think we discussed earlier a bit about investment in now I'm probably deviating from the question.
That's fine. That's completely fine.
If I'm an optimist when it comes to future pandemics and epidemics, because currently there is so much research going into vaccines. And the agenda for CEPI and for a lot of other agents now is to develop a vaccine or have a system in place that will produce a vaccine within 100 days. Mm-hmm. And this is not only CEPI, but it's a lot of other countries, agents around the world who's putting a lot of money into this. And for me, what we should work, my motivation is that we should never have to see a lockdown again. So how do we get there? And in my views, that is to put money into some hard medical countermeasures that will help the politicians and to be safe, that they don't have to do a lockdown. And that, and obviously the vaccines, if we manage to produce a vaccine very quickly and roll it out quickly enough, you don't have to have a lockdown. You probably will need to try to contain the virus in a regional area, but the world will hopefully not be able. It doesn't have to be locked down again, and that's kind of my motivation. And I'm an optimist.
So you say, hurry up and let's go for the vaccines.
Yes.
Okay, what is your view?
I agree with Siri, because I think that actually the crisis is a catalyst for change. Mm-hmm. So crisis is a chance for us, and we shouldn't waste it, as you said. And in my country, we experienced another crisis, just actually in the middle of pandemic, because the war just started in Ukraine. And I think that without the pandemic, we wouldn't manage with that influx of refugees, because the society, they knew that they could, maybe I would start from a different point. We decided to take this do-it-yourself approach. We didn't trust the government, so we didn't wait for the government to help refugees. We just invited refugees home. And most of the refugees, they stayed with Polish families. And it worked very well. So that was, I think that was one of the positive outcomes of the pandemic. Even, it is related to lack of trust to the government, but we coped with the situation. We managed to solve at least one problem. And I do believe that we need to include especially the most vulnerable groups in the society. So that's why I mentioned the communication policy, that it should be improved so we can reach like migrants, especially migrants in irregular situation, but also homeless people. In Poland during the pandemic, we had problems with the homeless people, and because they were not vaccinated. So, yeah.
But how do you get to there? I'm asking you, how do you get all these vulnerable groups within the dialogue if something happens in 3 years?
I think that we need to develop, it's communication, the coordination between the state institutions on both national, local level, NGOs, and the society, including also the universities. Mm-hmm. Like now I'm implementing this intervention project, and I talk to different institutions. So if we build a network, it will be easier later.
Okay, so research collaborating with other groups might be, yeah.
If I could ask a question.
Yeah, sure. And then afterwards you can ask questions. So just begin to think.
I mean, the one thing that worries, or one of the things that worries me, is that, well, a few weeks ago, our Riksrevisjonen, what would that be in English? It's like the IRS of the state. The tax... National audit. National audit, yeah. Let's just say that they are not known for unfounded alarmism. These are not the people you see in media all the time. But a few weeks ago, they delivered a report that was fairly alarming about the Norwegian food security. It essentially went, okay, what do we do when the ships with food stops coming? We are not prepared. That was fairly unexpected from Riksrevisjonen of all people. And it's from an ecological standpoint, it's not. Well, it's easy to see where they come from, right? We are using non-renewable resources a lot faster than we are regenerating them. So even if we don't have any other pandemics, there will probably be enough crises to go around the news. So, I mean, I guess that's the good side. We won't run out of them. There will be opportunities. But when we do plan for the next pandemic, my worry is that it seems that we are still very often planning as if everything else stays the same and we have the same economic background to handle them with. But that might not be the case. We might not have the same economic starting point to handle the next one. Is there? I mean, there's some good things are happening. Norway has started to have a sort of grain preparedness thing and so on, and there is some consciousness of this starting to float around. But I'm not into the EU system. Have you seen any signs that sort of lesson, that you plan for multiple crises that are not short events but sort of things that persist, and status quo that change, has that sort of permeated into the sort of vaccine, medicine and food preparedness system in the EU?
Well, I think also the Commission is a bit like the ministry system in Norway. There's a bit of a silo thinking and people work in their own fields. So there is a pandemic plan being developed in the European Union, but it's still on the health side of it. So I think a multi-sectorial thinking is kind of the dream, but unfortunately in everyday practice it is really everybody thinks on their own territory. Yes, but yeah, I think to be able to think on the whole all sectors, you have to be really, really high up in the system. And of course, on technical level, you speak to people, but I have never been in a meeting about food safety, for instance. But this is also not my topic in the Commission. But the positive side is that food safety is within the DG, which is DG Santé, which also has preparedness. So they should talk to themselves. So hopefully there is somebody thinking about both things at the same time. But yeah.
Any questions for the public? Or yes, please, if you have the micro.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jenny, and I did my master's on the COVAX initiative, especially focusing on the vaccine inequality between especially the global south and the global north. So I had a question. As we know, with the COVAX initiative, which were this global comprehensive rollout that was meant to really distribute these vaccines equally for all the countries in the world. So what I really wanted to ask, because we knew that there were issues with the COVAX initiative and with all, you know, the vaccine hoarding, we knew about the vaccine nationalism, and also how the rich countries really were creating these bilateral deals on the side of having deals with COVAX. They also made deals on the side with the pharmaceutical industry. So what I really wanted to ask is, how will HERA, this regional solution, for EU really make sure that their member states don't undermine the very principle of equal distribution within EU. So I'm just really trying to ask about how will you ensure that these hurdles don't come up the same way as it did with the COVAX initiative. Yeah, thank you.
You mean within the European Union, or you mean outside?
Yeah. So I was just really trying to compare it, with this extensive rollout with COVAX, and just seeing it in light of how will HERA try to work towards more equal distribution within the European Union. Clear question?
Yeah. So, of course, a very good question. And I think today this is not totally clear, and it's even more visible because we are working on stockpiling of medicines in HERA. We are going to buy and expand stockpiles in case of emergencies, and probably also in case of shortages in between emergencies. And then the question arises, so how do we actually donate these MCM, this medical countermeasure, whatever it is, within the European Union? Is it pro rata? Is it first come, first served? Is it based on a risk assessment? Is it a needs assessment? And this today is totally unclear. This we have to work on, and hopefully it will be based on needs and not first come, first served, but. And then you have the question about some member states in the European Union have excellent preparedness, also their own stockpiles, and spend a lot of money on this, and other one does not have the same level of preparedness. So they haven't spent money on it. So is it then fair that those who haven't spent money would get much more, and the ones who have get less? So this has to be a political decision in a crisis. But in terms of vaccine preparedness, we have reserved 80 million vaccines. So there should be something for most countries will get vaccines. And then, of course, the production capacity is not, that's not the total vaccine capacity. So there will be more vaccines available. But this is for the first period, the first year. But it's a very good question how to distribute this within the member states, which is an open question. If you have a suggestion, please email me.
Definitely, you will get many emails. There's another question. Yes, just take the micro. Just introduce yourself.
Hi, Jens Petterberg, University of Oslo. So it's also to HERA, and it's about detecting outbreaks. Because these outbreaks are not necessarily in Europe, they are in other parts of the world. And what kind of agreements do you have in order to have surveillance in other countries outside EU to be really aware of new outbreaks and responses to these outbreaks and producing these vaccines within hopefully 100 days?
Yeah, so obviously this is a global topic. And not only a European topic, because it's mostly likely to occur in outside the European Union. So this is, we have the European surveillance system from the European Center for Disease Control, which do the surveillance in Europe. And HERA has so far been donating money to do some wastewater surveillance. And we are collaborating also across the globe, but this is not our primary mandate. I think this is where the WHO comes into play. Good surveillance is really a core activity in order to detect quickly a new agent, so that we can try to contain any new pandemic before it spreads. But HERA is not that into surveillance activities. It's other parts of the Commission doing this. But this is, I think this is one of the improvements during the pandemic, this pandemic, is that the surveillance systems have become much better, and we do have much more better data. And there has been electronic reporting systems in Norway has been improved in several other countries. So, and that, together with that goes the expectations. Like when I worked in the H1N1 pandemic, I never thought that if there was a big pandemic, I never thought that they would be interested in having case count of every single case. In my idea, I was like, no, that's impossible. That would never happen. And it still happened. So the expectations are, of course, as you said, the world changes and the expectations changes. So we have to be preparing to get really state-of-the-art data in a new pandemic and good surveillance. But yeah.
You want to add something about that? Because as I see it, there should be some kind of transferability from one big global challenge to another, and this probably has something to do with the antimicrobial resistance, or with. So, is there any? Are these issues being linked together so that we can profit for the advance of one field to another field, or is it completely different again?
I'm not sure I understand what your question is.
Well, this is about trying to find out if there are new outbreaks. It has to do with as you said previously, with animals and humans at the same time, don't they?
I think it's one of the things that it's a lot easier to ask than to do. We're currently working on a project called Pandasia that's trying to do just that, find what viruses with pandemic potentials as they are emerging in Southeast Asia, in Thailand, to be precise. But currently we're a bit limited by the fact that we don't really know what viruses we are looking for, because we humans we are exchanging bacteria and viruses with our environment and all the species around us, both domestic and wildlife, all the time. But the problem is that it's the ones, but mostly we don't know and we don't care because they don't make us sick. However, some have a sort of a virulence factor of some kind that they do make us sick, but it's a bit hard to predict which ones will be. We sort of lack the fundamental research in a way to know what are we actually looking for. And it's a bit needle in a haystack. I mean, we currently we have a lot. We are the dichotomy. We have a lot of amazing new methods that are just do things we could only dream about 10 years ago. But on the other hand, it's still we still don't really know when we have a specific parasite, like it's been in the media a bit lately, Echinococcus multilocularis. It's a well-known macro parasite that you find in foxes and dogs. We know exactly what we're looking for. Do we know when it comes to Norway? We have no idea. Or we do, but we only awake. It will have been here a while before we know, even though we have an existing surveillance program for it. So finding viruses we don't know what even looks like in the wet markets and the fields and farms and cities and shanty towns all over sort of Africa, Southeast Asia, Central America. That's a big ask still. So I think we will have to sort of face the fact that whatever is sort of coming in the next time, whether it's the bird flu or some other virus, it will have gotten a head start on us before we know it's there. That's just a fact for the time being. But we can try to catch it as soon as possible with good reporting. But that means we have to have good sort of an open exchange of health data between countries. And that's gotten better after the pandemic, at least.
Okay. Was another question? Yes, please.
Yeah, Oddvar Korbø, Pandemic Center. So thank you all for a very interesting discussion. And the world is uncertain, and it's very difficult to know what we are looking for. But I wonder. So that's clearly one aspect. But I also think that even though we don't know what we are looking for, there are something we know we should do to reduce the cost of the next pandemic, whatever it's going to be. And I think we should focus more on them. And you mentioned one thing. You mentioned vaccination. So basically, what we have learned is that the lockdowns are very, very expensive. So we need to think about, so what are the type of like low-hanging fruits, which will be costly for the Ministry of Finance to fund, but still, which will be relatively cheap compared to having a new lockdown. And one thing is vaccines. Another thing is to have like a type of, what should I say, flexibility in the healthcare system. Because the reason we locked down was that we were afraid that the healthcare system couldn't handle the disease. So probably it's too expensive to permanently have a very high capacity in the healthcare system, but at least to make it more flexible so that it is possible for us to increase the capacity when it's needed. And the cost there will be, the cost of training, the cost of re-education, and this is just one example. But I guess there are many more examples, and I wonder if you focus enough on these things, and this is some of the lessons learned from the pandemic that we lose if we don't take the momentum that is in now. Thank you.
Any comments or?
Well, yeah. I could say a few words, but so my personal view is that we should merge primary healthcare and specialist healthcare in order to gain more flexibility. But that's a utopic endpoint, I think. But I think I totally agree with you that of course in the beginning and during the pandemic, one of the reasons for lockdown was the overwhelm of the healthcare, and we locked down so much that specialist healthcare didn't have a lot to do for a while. It was quite so we did actually too much. And then I forgot my main point.
We'll come back. Yeah. Because I will. Yeah.
No, I said I have the impression that we were responding as flexible as we could in some ways, at least. I mean, the pandemic wasn't that old before I saw on Facebook my first old friend that I know for a fact had not been in scrubs for 20 years. So happily posting a picture of himself. I'm back doing healthcare in his sort of blue scrubs and first day as a nurse since the late 90s. And so they seem to have been fairly good at just grabbing the resources that were there and getting them back into healthcare, because he did a lot more good as a nurse than as a sales operative for the next months. But I think also you're right that there's a lot of stuff we could learn and try to systematize there.
And just where I'm not so optimistic is that what we've seen during the pandemic and after the pandemic is that the pandemic has accelerated the emerging crisis of a shortage of healthcare personnel, because a lot of people have now left clinical work because they are worn out, and we have potentially an increasing shortage of healthcare personnel all over Europe, and everybody's trying to get healthcare personnel recruiting from other countries, so both within the union and outside the union. So if we should try to focus on anything, I think I would choose that potential crisis.
Thank you. I see there's yes, please.
Hi, Erica Charters, historian. I had a question about something I think that hasn't been mentioned, and that's the notion of co-production of research knowledge coming from communities. It seems to be a buzzword in my institution, so it could just be me. Because one of the things I've been struck by is the notion is that, especially in areas of global health, and especially for long-term public health, we're supposed to work with the local communities, the non-experts, to produce research priorities and knowledge together. But I notice that tends not to come up when we talk about epidemics, and it tends not to come up when we're talking about the countries that we ourselves live in. So I'm just wondering if we do see a space for that, or if I'm just missing this out, or if that's not the case.
Ella, do you want to
I think that
answer
now,
a bit?
in many research funding programs, it's actually necessary to involve the users. So the co-production of research, yes, I think even in this intervention project.
The issue is during the pandemic, I think, if I may.
But during the pandemic, it's possible too.
Well, if I may, because I work on that particular point, and it is possible, it is complex, but it's something that we should build now, because it has to do with trust. It has to do with this not only interdisciplinarity but transdisciplinarity, working with NGOs, the communities, to have that trust. And I do agree with you. I think one of the things we are lacking now is to ask them, what should we do research upon for the next time? What are the big questions that we are missing eventually? Because they might be completely different of what we think. So definitely this is an issue that should be there. And this is one of the things I personally missed from because we knew that we were all together into that, but that is one of the first things we forget. We are not together anymore. So yes, you wanted to say something? And
I just wanted also to address that. And I said, I think that depends on which sector you are in to a large degree. I mean, where I work at the Veterinary Institute, relevant not just because of food security, but also because a lot of diseases are zoonosis, of course. And hardly any research would happen without we tend to call them not the local farmers, not the local, but yeah, it's. But I think that what helps is that we are working for them. They have research questions that they need addressed. How to keep the fish healthy, how to keep the cows healthy, how to deal with it if the swine fever comes in from Sweden. It's an obvious need, and we are on the giving side, not just asking for input. And I think that's
we should learn from that.
I think I just have a comment. Another area of research for the future is about vaccine hesitancy, because these new vaccines aren't going to help if people refuse to take them, and that also has to do with trust. So some of what has been said before. If anybody's interested in that, there is a huge research project going on in the UK right now at the University of Lancaster called Questioning Vaccine Discourse. They're also looking historically, because vaccine hesitancy is nothing new. They're looking at discourse in social media, parliamentary debates back to the 1800s in the UK, and public media. So that's another area that we need to look at for the future.
Definitely. I think we're going to wrap up now. Is there any final thought or something you want to share with the audience before we...
I just want to say that I'm optimistic because, of course, there are some lessons we learn and forgot, but we are rational beings, and we are supposed to make some rational choices. So I do believe that we learn something for the future. We already did.
That's good that we have some optimism among us.
There was, if I can say something more, there is this famous, I'm not sure you know him, Polish sociologist Zygmunt Bauman. So Zygmunt Bauman, he was very pessimistic. He was talking about liquid reality, liquid society, and nothing was possible to change. So I always told my students, don't read him, or just read one book, that's enough. Because otherwise, you won't be able to be a sociologist. Because you can't do any research. You can't make any change in the society. It's impossible. It's liquid. So I don't believe it. I believe that actually we are making progress.
I support that.
I think things can go both ways, and they probably will.
Smart.
I think on that note, I am going to say thank you very much to all of you. Oh, here. I got these small things for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then we only have a little bit more of program for today. So thank you very much, all of you again. Because we are now going to wrap up the conference. You probably... because I think there has been some voting for and I might even have a group of winners. Yeah, well, there's only one group of winners, but the winners have to be more than one, because all the groups have to be more than one. And I hope all the students have some kind of a representative here, because They are Ping Ping and Rita. Are you here? Yeah. So, as students, life is very unfair. You don't get chocolates of everybody else. You get a book. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And good luck. Thank you very much. I do hope that everybody learned something, shared with other people today, got inspiration for the working further with these issues. I think if there's one key message is that we just cannot give up. And if there's a second one, we have to hurry up because it's 5 years and then the money will be off. So that's about working on this and making it now. I want to use the last minutes to say thank you. Thank you to Oddvar and Prabjot and Preven for moderating. You can get some small gifts for if you were doing the work like in that part that nobody could see. So thank you very much. And I'm really happy to have these people at the Pandemic Center with me. And I want to call all these other people with the T-shirts in different colors. I don't know if I have everybody with me, but before that, 2 seconds, I want to say thank you also for the reference group that not all of them are here, but I just want to say the names. Some of them are here and in different, but it is Håvard, who was in one of the moderating groups, Natalia Skogsved from Finland, who could not come, and Jeanette de Voort from the Netherlands also, I'm sorry that they could not attend. Siri was with us also in the reference group. Marit, who was talking as well. Preven. Christine Torsum, who could not be here, but she was representing the NGOs. And then Pierina for the students. So to all of you, thank you very much. And a big applause. And then I will ask all you guys who were helping around, I see Pierina, I see Kim, I see who was, because without you, there were many more, but they probably, Mari, all of you. And these are our future, because these are, anybody else that well, not all of them. We have communication with us, which is definitely our future. But these are PhD students, master students working interdisciplinary in the pandemic research catalyst that we have. And most of them are putting at least 2 disciplines together when they do their research, because we do believe this is a way ahead. And in addition, they are really nice people that we will be having a pizza with afterwards. So thank you very much, them. Then I'm just going to say thank you to all of you. I do hope that we use the Pandemic Center. I've not introduced Pandemic Center. You can look at the internet. Our work is to do what we can ourselves, but to facilitate that thing happens. So we want you to take contact with each other, but give us feedback. If there are things that you want us to spread, we do. If you want to collaborate with us, please take contact, because we have to be better. We hopefully will have a new conference next year, we'll see, and you are all welcome, but for now I'm saying hello and bye.